And we are live. About to go with the intro for now until I get the regular one.
This video is for mature audiences. If you're watching this and you're underage, fuck you, fuck your face and fuck your day. This video is for mature audiences. If you're watching this and you're underage, fuck you, fuck your parent and fuck your day. This video is for mature audiences. If you're watching this and you're underage, you have shitty parents or parent and should be shit slapped. This video is for mature audiences. If you're watching this and you're underage, you have shitty parents or parent and they should be sterilized.
This is Bleeding Edge Ridgehill this week. I got Cypher, BillyTheGoat. He's going to pretty much change his avatar on the fly. I'm happy to have Cypher in that building with us. We're just going to talk like real shit and have fun with it, basically.
Right on, brothers.
I have no idea what this even is. I saw a message, an invite, and I figured, why the fuck not? Let me show up. And I have no idea what's going on, so I'm happy to be here. Otherwise,
It's just a formal podcast, basically. It's more formal. We're gonna still have fun though, but it's more formal than what normally is. We're gonna be talking more real shit basically in this one instead of talking shit on people. We're gonna be like more logical and more analytical and more logical, basically.
yeah, that's
like I know
yeah,
you can be.
invite me to these. Don't worry about anything else. These are the kind of things I care about. So.
Don't worry, I will. I meant to invite you last time, but I forgot. I was like, yeah, I wanted to invite Cypher for this one.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you, as always. Yeah. So basically, the topic for today, I didn't think of one because I thought Amanley Low was coming with one, but I kind of figured we could talk about something like life and life, relationship, and stuff like that. And I wanted to talk about a video I made too, and have y'all elaborate on it about the I talked about a video. I don't know if any of y'all seen it. I talked about coping.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a one. Well, yeah, I was there in the live chat. It was an excellent video.
Yeah, the coping one, coping and truth, basically. Where I basically said everybody copes to a certain extent in their lives, and anything you do is nothing more than a tool for coping with the situation. Let it be a good or negative. It's coping with that situation that you're faced with for all intents and purposes. Since Black Hill Radio didn't show up with the idea and Manly Low didn't come yet, so that's the one we're about to go with right now.
Yeah, I mean, he might turn up in a bit.
All right, what are you going to say, Cypher?
Yeah, sorry. I just something I just thought on that I believe is important that I want to mention so I don't forget it. Is any of your videos, like your like ones like the COVID and everything else, it's actually a good thing that you get so many, like, that you get a lower number of views on your videos, because that would suggest to me that if your subscriber count doesn't reflect your average view count, that you actually have some stigmas in your audience, because they're not going to care what you think, and I think that's a good thing. So yeah. even the like the negative of not having as much exposure or reach, if your subscriber count, the people there care but don't really show up very much, I think it's a good thing, because they probably understand what they want to do and they don't really talk to anyone else about it.
Yeah. True. I'll give you that.
Fuck, I hope so.
Fuck, I hope so. True. But yeah, we're going to talk about coping and stuff like that, and like, I guess elaborate on that and talk about like the problem with relationships today and why they don't succeed. So we'll talk about those. Those will be the topics today for all intents and purposes. We're going to go based off our experiences and statistics and stuff like that for all intents and purposes. And statistics, basically. And we got Cypher in here, so he's going to be pretty versed at it too, because based on his dating life, basically, he's going to be very versed at it as well too. So he'll have a nice opinion on that as well for everybody under the sun, and I'll have a nice opinion on it for myself too, since I'm actually in one. And Billy the Goat will have one from his perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we all have our own perspectives, and everyone watching. I mean, no two relationships are going to be the same.
Yeah, definitely.
So, but there will be that kind of common kind of pattern or underlying theme, which we could all pretty much relate to or have a bit more awareness about.
Very true. You want to add to that, Cypher?
So I was just closing up Discord because bleeps and bloops were popping up. So
yeah, no, I had to close out mine too real quick. Like, oh, come on.
yeah. I would sure as shit hope that your relationships are different most of the time. Because I mean, you know, if it's the same thing, I mean, I don't know, maybe. So say for instance, you're stuck on dating girls that were like your ex, right? I don't think that that's a good idea to continually do that, because then that means that you're not over the person that you're still trying to date. There's an idea you're trying to get at, but you know that, you know, with other people, that idea won't really apply so well, except there's just a very depressing reverberation of something that you failed to uphold, or you know, couldn't really convince the other person that you were worth the time. So don't date like a reverberation or a mirror image almost, or a doppelganger. You know, don't do that, because then that means that you're not actually ready to be in another relationship. Each relationship should be different, and if it's not, I don't know what to tell you, but you got something to look into there.
Definitely, I agree with that 100%. You want to go, Billy, or do you want me to go?
You go ahead.
What I got to say about that is that's actually very true, for the fact that you also have some unsorted issues or deep-seated issues that you haven't sorted out from that last person. This is typically why a lot of women end up in the messes that they end up in when they get to the next relationship, because they typically date something like their ex, or they'll try to compare or match up that person that they're dating now to their ex, or the problems that they experience with their ex. So typically, it's one of those things where, like, you haven't really quite checked your baggage at the door in this new relationship for it to be a successful relationship. So you're bringing that baggage from the previous relationship to this relationship to mess it up for all intents and purposes and make it even worse than what it needs to be in the first damn place. And that sucks, because that person the new person in the relationship doesn't deserve that baggage or that fervor that you had in your last relationship with that person, or they don't deserve all the negative stuff that you had when in fact they are brand new. This is something new. Now, I know typically a lot of times when it comes to a lot of women, because they move so frequently between relationship to relationship to relationship, what ends up happening is all the relationships become a blur. So it ends up being, to them, it's the same person that they've been in a relationship for a long time with. Where the guy's like, wait a minute, we just met like a week ago. We were talking about all this stuff. Whereas her, it's like she goes through relationships so fast and so evenly, so not evenly, so easily, dang, that it seems as though she's in the same damn relationship because she transitions so quickly. Whereas the man, it's like he breaks up, he sulks, he's out for a minute, then eventually he musters up enough strength to turn back around and get into the next relationship after he figures himself out, finds his footing. Then he goes back into another relationship. This is typically why relationships, when the man gets back into a relationship, it typically lasts longer than a woman getting back into a relationship, because he has had the time to actually deal with it emotionally, mentally, and physically. Like the dancing llama, really? The dancing llama. This is Avatar. Nice.
There we go. Right. Just taking care of a little bit of business there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what you end up seeing with your repeat, history repeats itself. Patterns of behavior repeats itself. So, I mean, you could run into that kind of classic mistake where you're in bed and you're getting a bit frisky and you accidentally call your partner your ex's name. You know,
There's always that.
But that's a minor, really, in comparison to the bigger troubles you're dealing with if you're.
That depends on who you're dating.
Well, I suppose, yeah.
It's like, there could be knives drawn or guns drawn if you call the wrong woman, depending on her ethnic background. Let it be Italian, let it be Latina, let it be Jamaican. Yeah. There might be a lot of death in your future.
But that would at least that would at least bring the relationship to a point. Whereas if you never actually said that kind of the other partner's name by mistake, you would have that in the background as a kind of like underlying theme until one day it might actually happen. So at least it's out in the open. But I don't know. Well, the great points that you guys are bringing up. One of the troubles is that I think for a lot of people, maybe both men and women, is they're not too sure what to do. So their new relationship, they have that tendency to want to kind of like base it on the previous one as like a launch platform or a basis to work from. Now, with a lot of, like, particularly with the cluster Bs, I mean, they will really recycle previous relationships. You know, you might go on dates that the previous relationship were on, like same locations, listen to the same music or same movies, and that partner has pretty much is the replacement. So it's kind of like the ex has been reincarnated.
True.
Now that's going into the kind of like the extreme. But I mean, yeah, like every relationship should really be a unique thing between the people involved. And yeah, I mean, it's not fair on the other person, like you were saying.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, especially now as well, with how modern life has been panning out. Not only are we seeing like the family unit breaking down and collapsing and becoming more dysfunctional, but the younger generations haven't got good role models to look upon. And I mean, we all kind of realize now that the dating scene is completely nothing like it used to be. It's a lot of online, you know, Tinder, Plenty of Fish, and all this kind of swiping. So it's become more of a what's a kind of good way of putting it? Like the value in dating or finding a partner. The idea, because in the past, maybe long ago, you'd go on a date and you'd be prepared to invest some time in order to explore and find out who the other person is, what they're like, and who they are, and things like that. Whereas now, it's like as soon as you find one little thing you disagree with, you can just easily swipe and just find another date.
I need to ask, what's this clicking noise I'm hearing? I'm hearing like a click noise. Sounds like something's clicking like inside of a bowl or something.
It might be on my end. I'll mute myself for a second. Tell me if it goes away.
Yeah, it went away.
Yeah.
It's me. It's my my OnlyFans. No, it's my I got machines running in the background. I'm trying to move the microphone further away from it, but
oh, you got machines running. Gotcha. Okay. So you're in your workshop. That's right. You work. Yeah. You do it from your workshop. That's right.
I'm in the goat factory.
You're in the goat factory. Where you make your OnlyFans accounts at.
It's my shaky llama.
Right. It's where he makes his dancing llama. It's where he makes his dancing llamas.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
it sounds like a dancing llama in the background.
Yeah, that's my shaking.
Twerking llama.
Twerking llamas.
Twerking robot llama. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Apologies for that.
You're fine. Trust me, you're fine.
We're
just making sure everybody's okay. Nobody's breaking into somebody's house or something like that.
I just figured
trying to get hacked.
Yeah, I just figured I'd find out the necessity of that, because I almost just decided out of impulse to close the stream and just leave. So I just wanted to figure out how what the deal with that was. So it's fine because I understand now why that is. But yeah.
He does his streams from the workshop. Don't feel bad. That's the
Yeah.
first time I ever heard that sound, so he's fine. And I understand what's going on. He works out of his workshop, so. With his AMs, I thought somebody was trolling.
My question is, Billy. My question is, hi, MGTOW. How you doing? My question, Billy, is like what? So, because I don't know about you or your workshop. So you work out of a workshop. You do something there. You make things. What do you do exactly with the workshop, and how does it contribute to something you could find value in terms of relationships or something like a factor?
Well, my ex-partner, although on paper was in support of my, it's more of a studio really. I mean, it's not. I kind of call it a workshop because I'm in the habit of calling it a workshop, but it's more like a studio. So I've got various like power supply units, soldering irons, workbenches, etc. What I'm running right now is a 3D printer. Now she was in support of this, so it's like, yeah, great idea, but you got that kind of, well, I picked up the vibe that she really resented it because we'll be together, but at the same time my attention was on what the machine was doing. So it's that kind of jealousy, it's like it's like people with cars. It's like you love your car more than you love me, and it's like, well, I know you. I can leave you I can leave you be. The things I'm working on, if I neglect it and I don't pay attention, then it's gonna be a waste of time and work is gonna be ruined. And also at the same time, it's like, look, I'm trying to run a business for both of us so that we have extra income. So don't hate me for it. But you get that kind of two-facedness where it's like she doesn't want to show her resentment, but it's
there.
It's there. Yeah, you can just feel it.
I feel like a servant in the force.
I've got the exact same reaction with the car as well, because I had this old car for like since 2002, like 17 years, an old Honda Civic, and I was like, this car has been there for me, never broken down, apart from one occasion, but pretty much never broken down, never gave me problems. It was a joy to ride. And she literally was like, yeah, you love that. You'd marry that car if you could, wouldn't you? It's like, well, you give me shit. So,
guess who's paying and guess who's going?
Yeah, and like,
say last in, first to go.
Like, mind you, because I'm an artist and I'm a writer myself. Of course, the question isn't to downplay anything you're doing by saying, well, what are you doing that's worth the time? Like, not like that, of course. It's more, I want to like try to figure out like where people are at, like, how they're thinking about things, and with you mentioning a workshop, like I'm into fabrication and design and things. I really am. The stories, and like this all builds to a much bigger thing. You build your empire with your own bricks. If you yourself don't have power and don't have an empire, you have no slaves. You have no goonies or dudes on your team exactly. So you have to build your own empire. That's how it works. If you don't have power, if you don't have your own empire, you have to build it with your own bricks. It's not going to come off the backs of anyone but you. Okay, I understand this myself firsthand. I'm sure you do as well, Billy. But that's why I asked, because I'm wondering, like how people are really viewing things in different contexts and schemes, and the context of like a relationship. I would love to see like what another inventor, creator, a builder, how they're able to translate that to something like longevity. So that's really the reason I asked that.
Well, there's a couple of things that were quite interesting, and I'm not saying it's going to be like in everyone's the same for everyone's in their circumstances, but it worked out in my favor. One was, well, if I wasn't working and say I was trying to spend like couple time together, it was like, well, what are we doing? We're doing nothing. It's boring. I mean, she wanted it both ways. It's like having that cake and eat. She wanted it both ways. She wanted my company and attention, but at the same time, when I gave it to her, she was annoyed by that. She was like, oh, she'd send me off back to work. Be like, oh, if you've got things to do, go back to work. So it's that kind of, she's being a bit spiteful, because she knows that sending me back to doing jobs or work would ultimately make her become ignored. So it was a lose-lose situation in that kind of sense. But then when we broke up, because as I'm building up all these skills, when we broke up, I wasn't left twiddling my thumbs. I had plenty of things to do, and I was already used to that kind of like learning from ground up. So picking myself back up and getting on with it, learning new skills. I mean, this is where a lot of my kind of like psychological analysis came from. I mean, before the breakup, I wasn't into psychology at all. I had no idea. But when it happened, all of a sudden I was like in the deep end. I need to figure out what's going on. And since then, I've been like balls deep into psychology, and just exploring the rabbit hole as far as it goes and bringing all these different factors in and all the rest of it. And kind of like here we are today. In the beginning, I was suffering from, it's almost like with the amount of information I was bringing in, I had to kind of like put my more mechanical engineering mindset aside. So for a time, I was a bit rusty. I had to kind of get back into the swing of design work, back into the swing of like video processing, computing, and electronics and things like that. But I mean, you know, it's been pretty much 2 years now, and I'm pretty much back to where I was, with the addition of now having psychology behind it. So it worked out in my favor. Now, where I can imagine where other people might get stuck, and they get stuck into depression, is if they don't have something there to occupy them. Let's say they got, and there's no detriment to anyone who's got a regular kind of like 9-to-5 job in, I don't know, like as a warehouse staff. So their days are normally spent 9 to 5 stacking shelves or driving a forklift truck or something like that. I would imagine that if they had a sudden breakup and they're stuck at home, they would find it a lot more challenging to get themselves together, and they might kind of like wallow in depression for a longer period of time. I mean, that's just speculation, so I don't want to assume that of anybody or suggest that of anybody. But I'm just saying that in my case, because I had so much other things going on, like trying to create a business, I had that sort of distraction, which ultimately kind of helped me out, put things together. So yeah.
I think Amanley just entered the house.
Is Manly coming in?
Amanley, yeah, here he goes. Apparently, I didn't get him his chair. Apparently, I didn't get him his chair with his name on it, and I didn't give him his parking space, so he didn't want to come until I did. So I'm just joking now.
Hey, what's up, Manly motherfucker? Hey, Manly, you fuck. Hey, what's up, bitch?
No,
how you doing?
No, quit picking on Manly. I'm just joking. That's not how it happened. But yeah, what's up, Amanley? You okay, Amanley?
Yeah, one second, man. I'm a bit busy. I'll be back. I'll be.
Did you get the topics?
Yeah. I'll be here in a sec, man.
Okay. Take your time. No hurry.
Fucking a bitch, apparently.
Huh? We're just messing with you. We're just taking a piss out of you because you were late. I was like, yeah, I forgot. Apparently, I forgot to give him his placard and his chair with his name on it, so he didn't want to show up till I gave him that.
Hey. And here's the thing.
Take my homework.
Let you take your homework.
Yeah, here's the thing. I appreciate a manly load. I mean, what would I be if not a bisexual without my appreciation for a manly load?
Oh, Lord, this guy. Wow. Anyways, moving right along. All right, take your time, Amanley. We're going to continue. But yeah. But yeah. Back to the when it comes to relationships, the thing I've always found is, because I was raised by a family who has high standards, not really high standards, normal standards by today's, be high by today's society, because most women can't even live up to being able to do for themselves. So it'd be high standards by today's society. Typically, I'm very picky on who I date and why I date them. I typically don't go for people who are not willing to meet me halfway, and they want me to come the whole way for them. And I typically don't date people who can't really take care of themselves. Another thing I don't really do is date women who can't cook, because I always think about it. I think about it in terms of survivability. Like a good example, if I'm away, and let's just say I can't make it home, are the kids eating okay? Are you eating okay? Am I going to come home to a scene from Africa with a bunch of kids from Ethiopia on TV, looking like a bunch of kids from Ethiopia on TV, basically, because nobody ate in like days or something like that, or hours. So it's one of those things where, like, if I date somebody, she has to be able to cook. Because I remember I attempted to date a girl who literally didn't know how to boil water. Needless to say, that date didn't end. Needless to say, that relationship didn't end very long after that. I did teach her how to boil water after that, but that relationship was pretty much over. So I will break up with a woman that can't cook, that can't even boil water. Oh yeah, so there's a lot of women out there that can't even do that. There's a lot of women out there that can't even cook. Like I've met women who can't use a stove, but they can use a microwave.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do pretty much all the chores when we were together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And occasionally, I'd be like, "Look, honey, would you mind washing the dishes, please? I'm a bit tired." And she'd be like, "Okay, all right." 5-10 minutes later, she's done, and I'm like, "How on earth?" And I'm inspecting kind of thing. Like, I'm kind of like hovering around.
The white glove over there.
And she's annoyed by it. And she makes a remark like, "Look, you have your way, and I have mine." And I was like, "Look, I don't care what your way is, as long as they're clean." But it kind of got me thinking, like, how on earth are you cleaning these dishes? And I don't know. In the end, I kind of just guessed she's just blasting it with water, basically. She's not even scrubbing them. It's just cutting corners.
Yeah, like she can make everybody sick in the house. What type of shit is this?
Pretty much. I mean, if she was here right now,
do you know about bacteria?
Like, how are you gonna? How else are you cleaning dishes in like 5-10 minutes when you've got a sink full of them? There's no other way other than blasting it with water, really, just to give it the appearance. But the same kind of thing with like dinner. I mean, Tico, you would have thrown this woman out in a heartbeat, because
Oh yeah, definitely.
like she's having to look up recipes, refuses to sweep the floor, wash
Man,
clothes.
I don't mind looking up recipes. Looking up recipes that at least she's making an effort. But can't sweep a floor, can't clean dishes. And I work in microbiology, so we ain't finna have that happen. It's like you ain't not finna fuck up the whole entire house and cripple the house with some black plague.
Yeah, I mean, when she did make these efforts, to me, I'll be like, this I'm now put on a pedestal. I'm like, oh, you're self-improving. Well done. She would want to go on courses and things like that. So I'd be like, yeah, sure, go for it. Eager. And then she'd be like, oh, I've got a promotion at work, and I'd be like, fantastic. Little did I know at the time, she was climbing that kind of corporate ladder, which was making her, more sort of powerful in that kind of domain, and made it easier for her to monkey branch and to get away with. Because then she could be like, oh, I'm working late, oh, I'm on a business trip, and I'll be like, yeah, sure, go on your business trip, yeah, no problem, I'll look after the kid on my own, no worries. So it kind of like backfired a bit. But in terms of having independence, or knowing about just running a household, working together, there was no cohesion there between us. But anyway, back to you. What you were saying. Sorry.
You're fine. Yeah, and I was just saying, like, there are various things about that. Is like to me it's a big red flag. Like, then you'll see it on like social media. You'll see a bunch of women saying, "Well, sex isn't the most important part of a relationship." Yeah, it's so not important enough for you to step outside the relationship to have it with somebody else because you're not getting it right. Like, and that's simply what I say to women. Like, yeah, it's very important. Well, if you say it's important, then obviously you don't know what a relationship is. Well, yeah, it's important, because the thing about sex and the thing about intimacy is Baron, yeah. The thing about sex and the thing about intimacy is intimacy and sex builds bonds. And the sad part about it, the less you have it, the less bonds you actually build with that person. The less intimacy, the less affection, the less sex, the less bonds you build in that relationship, which means that your relationship is starting to slowly erode and crumble at the end of the day. That's typically how this stuff works. So the less sex you have, the less bonds you have. The less bonds you have, the less likely your husband and you are going to be likely to want to stay with each other. It's typically
Yeah.
how it works. So that
Yeah, like pair
intimacy, that
bonding.
affection, and that love pretty much is all about pretty much building that continuous bond between each other. Because the minute it stops, that's the minute the bond actually starts getting weak again.
Yeah.
Because it's fun. I've always found it funny. I'm sorry about that, but I've always found it funny how women always want to hear that their husband tells them that they love them, but it's okay for them to not really show it or do it to them, their husbands, basically.
Right. Well,
But they expect their husbands to operate under this premise that it's going to be okay.
right. Okay. We could branch into a little bit of cluster B psychology here. I'm actually working on a video article thing, so it's kind of fresh in my head at the moment. So I can kind of like regurgitate it for this little piece here, 'cause it fits in nicely. Where what we call love and think what love is and all that kind of thing is, well, can be totally different to what the partner or in this case a woman might be thinking. So for example, like when we say I love you, they could potentially be thinking, oh, you're giving me permission to abuse you.
Yeah.
And what they call love, they've exchanged for attention. I mean, we're seeing this all over the social media and across the world, where that validation, attention, adoration, being a servant to them, that's what they're calling love. Now, if we kind of rewind the time at how they got into that kind of mindset in early childhood, if they weren't ever shown love by their caregivers, usually the parents or guardians, then they grow up without a definition of love, and it becomes replaced with attention and adoration. So when you actually love them or become intimate with them, they're a stranger to that, and that becomes an uncomfortable feeling. So they're actually put off by it. On the one hand, they kind of want love, but at the same time, they're unable or incapable of actually recognizing it, even if you put it right in front of them.
True.
So the more you kind of love them, you are actually pushing them further away. They're going further into a defense mechanism and into a survival mode, because your love is actually causing them an injury.
Yeah.
And they kind of know that they aren't able to reciprocate this. What they're after is, look, just tell me you're going to serve me. Just tell me that I'm the best and greatest and blah, 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 blah. Just give me the attention. That's what I quantify as love.
Yeah. True. Yeah, because in the famous words of Chris Rock, women need food, attention, and love, or something like that. An occasional pair of shoes, I think it was. He said.
Yeah, I mean, you could use this with like that kind of like bad boy. Like, why is it they're so attracted to the bad boy? Well, the bad boy doesn't love them, right?
Yeah.
The bad boy is just giving attention. Now, to us,
Well, he
we're
barely
like,
gives them that. He basically just comes in and does what he does and gets the heck
yeah,
out
well,
of here.
that's a validation then.
Yeah.
They're giving a bit of time.
Well, yeah, the validation is attention.
So
And attention, yeah.
So that woman would look at the bad boy as being more loving than someone who is actually genuinely being loving, like their husband or something like that.
Pretty much.
And to us, I mean, we're kind of like, it doesn't make sense, you know. I'm devoted to you. I'll die for you. I mean, they'll pretty love hearing that, you know, like, oh, you're willing to die for me, great, fantastic. But I mean, the reason behind that, what we would consider as like true love, is irrelevant. So it's just people with different. It's just the problem with relationship is a lot of it is having to define what things mean to one another,
Yeah, because the
what's
perception changes person to person.
Yeah, and a lot of times, I mean, not only do they have a skewed idea of what love is, but so do a lot of men, for example. We have a skewed idea of what love is because we believe that giving our total self until we're depleted and drained and our life force is gone, basically codependency and enmeshment, we think that's love. When really, there's no boundaries there. So it's not just to be fair between the genders, it's not totally like women, or in this case, I'm talking about narcissism here. It's not people like that. It's completely their fault. We have to take some self-ownership, responsibility, and acknowledge that it takes two to create this kind of dynamic problem.
Hey, Yam, jump in. You got to explain your Nietzsche thing to Cypher. I sent you a link. It'd be probably easier for you to jump in and explain it than it would be for you to type it all out. If you can.
Here's the thing. What he said doesn't make any fucking sense. Hold on. So he said, Nietzsche said here's the thing. I'm a writer. I'm a grammar weirdo. It just bothers me because he writes, Nietzsche said there are Apollonian and Dionysian in art. Same approaches are applied to. What is Apollonian and like what specifically is Apollonian and Dionysian? This has been bothering me for the past like 10, 15 minutes. I need to know what the hell's going on here.
I believe there are styles of art. Are certain. There he goes. He's right. He just came in.
Please explain. Please expand.
Sorry, I was typing on my phone.
Typing on my phone.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Tico, for making this easier.
No. Thank you, Tico. So there's I think he was talking about it in The Birth of Tragedy. He said that there are both like Apollonian and Dionysian schemes in art. So like where you have Apollonian schemes in art, like things having to do with like light, structure, ballet, sculpture, like different forms of art that follow like a very high, it's like I don't know, it's like architecture too. It's like things that like have to do with measurements and like carpentry too. That could be another version of like Apollonian. And then you have Dionysian, which obviously Dionysus is the god of wine and like poetry. So like freestyle dancing, painting and things like poetry, the theater and stuff like that. Also in Apollonian, I would tie more like camera angles and cinematography. Dionysian is like movie soundtrack and scoring and stuff like that. The way that would apply to relationships is like some people approach it through one or the other lenses, or maybe if you're bisexual, you use both lenses or something to apply to your relationship, almost in like a way to like perceive it, to look at it, or to have it disclose something to you. And maybe the way that like cluster B works into it is like you're looking at a person, or maybe the way that people imprint on certain people. You look at a person to try to see if they fit in that structure that you created, or to try to see if you can let go of that entirely and like just lose yourself in like a sexual experience.
Yeah. So to sort of like build off of the cluster B mention, so it has to do with personality, and I've been looking into like mental disorders, personality disorders a little bit because of a recent album of music I listened to, and so I looked at cluster B personalities. And I brought it up now. It says cluster B personality The disorders are characterized by dramatic, overly emotional, or unpredictable thinking or behavior. They include antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, and narcissistic personality disorder. Now, the mention from Yam about Apollonian examples and Dionysian, just pulling this up with like Google. So Apollonian examples, all types of form or structure are Apollonian. This sculpture is the most Apollonian of the arts since it relies entirely on form for its effect. So, sculpture, for instance, is a really good example here. And it's the most Apollonian of the arts because it relies on form. So when you jump back to Yam's comment about some same approaches are applied to relationships, form, structure, that is important. Order is important. All these anarchists and people crying defund the police, defund ICE, don't realize that structure is important for any place to feel safe to exist within. Okay,
Yeah.
and people they're crazy for their safety, which is why they're so willing to wear shackles.
They may be crazy, but they're not plan. They don't plan. They still don't plan. They still don't put value into it. It's like almost like it's like a lust. It's not like a devoted to security. Otherwise, you wouldn't act out, or you wouldn't get yourself in situations where you have higher sexual assault rates amongst like people who are SJWs or Black Lives Matter people. It's like there's no security. There's no actual security. There's just like this dreaming of security, this striving for security.
Well, it's like boobies make a nice pillow to lie on, and it makes you feel comfortable and secure. Having a little nap on a pair of boobies, and there's a nice bit of structure there.
Yeah.
And then that kind of ties in with like, well, are we talking about like mummy and daddy issues? And in some areas, in some ways, we are, because it's that maternalness. A person, like in this case, assumingly a man, is wanting the comfort of a maternal figure. They're trying to regress back into early childhood, and women do the same kind of thing where they start calling their partners daddy, or they feel secure and safe in the arms of their lover, kind of thing.
That happens. That happens in a Latin culture very often, Poppy.
Yeah.
Hey, Poppy.
This is why daddy issues are a real thing and an actual problem. Because if you grew up never knowing security or leadership, then you're gonna grow up fucked up. And see, here's the whole thing: this is why you can't trust. For instance, this all bleeds. Everything bleeds into culture and politics, and it's a back and forth thing. The thing is, fickle people are more likely to be Democrats, liberals, people who want structure and are willing to shoot anyone who steps in their house. Just stuff. They're very polar opposite. They're very much polar opposite. So a liberal landscape is the worst landscape you could inhabit because it's literally like walking on cracked earth while lava flows underneath. You literally cannot trust a liberal landscape because in order for that landscape to exist, it has to be ever changing. It's constantly in flux. A liberal landscape, the closest you get to that in real time just naturally is the formation of planets and stars and the eruption of such things as well. These things can't be trusted. And so that's why this first thing, the Apollonian, you could say even Apollo here, the whole thing with structure being important. This is why you'll find that Republicans seem to be something that helps shape this landscape like a strong, firm landscape, because the Republicans are about the republic. They're not about entirely just having people vote nilly-willy. Even your philosophers of old will tell you that democracy is a bad thing. You literally only have to give a man $5 to get 5 days in his house doing whatever you want. I mean, this is politics, sociology 101. This is why, going back, the talk of if you don't own an empire, if you have no power, the bricks you build your empire with must be those that are your own choosing. You make the decisions.
See, what you're kind of describing also, you could tie in basically is responsibility and accountability. So with structure, there are set lines or boundaries. There's a set form, and with that, for it to remain like that, it needs maintenance, it needs basically come around to saying responsibility. So if you go the other way with liberalism, Democrats, they're looking, and you're saying that the landscape is more changeable or more fluid, then you remove responsibility because anything goes. The goalposts have been moved. They're not in place. So it's the difference between those who like having responsibility because there's reliability, there's predictability, there's accountability, compared to those who are afraid of that or they don't want it. So they're choosing the opposite. They're going the other way, which makes kind of like having a relationship difficult because then you don't know from one day to the next what's going to happen. There's no guarantee that what you say today is going to be the same thing as tomorrow, or if you're even going to keep your word, or if that partner can count on the other, etc. kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just wanted to add that in there, tie it in.
I think narrative plays a big part into it too. Like what Nietzsche was talking about in my example was how like certain story arcs, they start really high and then they like the only tension that's relieved is when bad things happen, because it's like you see like the character's hubris getting the better of them, and then he like contrasted that with the comedy where things start off like kind of podunk, or maybe like how Tico said, how you like initially you ask the girl out and then she rejects you, and then like later down the line she sees that you're not taking it too badly, you're just kind of casual about it, and then that's when she really wants you and she really like decides to invest in you. And so there's so many different narrative elements that people, I guess, are sometimes subconsciously predisposed to based on their experiences and the way they take the relationship, the way they perceive the relationship in their life.
Yeah, because like I can think of many people, plus myself. I've actually no, I've actually never been turned down. But I've had friends that've been turned down. Now that I think about it, that they ask the woman out first, and based on how they handle, like Marco's a very good example of that. My friend Marco, he'll ask a girl out, she'll look at him and go, no, he'll go okay, and we'll walk right off. Like okay, and they'll walk right off, like yeah, whatever. And the sad part about that is I actually taught Marco how to be nonchalant like that. Because typically Marco would just be like, yeah, whatever, and he would look all depressed and look like he was defeated, and he'd walk away with all the wind out of his sails, basically. But I eventually taught him how to actually be nonchalant about being turned down, because when it comes to it, that's basically how he gets most of his dates. He gets turned down first because of his height. Then the fact that he just be like, yeah, whatever, okay, and he'll walk away and he'll go do what he's doing at the same restaurant. It's not like he walks out of the restaurant. He goes order his drinks and he goes everything. He sits down, pulls out his laptop, and he does what he do. And then a woman will come over to him either that same day or it'll come back to him another day, and he'll come talk to him and he'll be in a date. Then later on he'll be banging the hell out of that chick. So it's like one of those things is like the progression kind of happened kind of quick. That escalated kind of quick with that. But it's like when you're nonchalant, that typically is a nice way to seize control and power in a relationship when you're very stoic or nonchalant in a relationship. And typically women hate when a man's nonchalant or stoic. They love it, but they hate it because they can't really manipulate stoicism. A person that's stoic or nonchalant, they can't make him do they can't make a man do what he wants, or they can't get a man to change if he's nonchalant about it, or he doesn't really think too much about it for all intents and purposes. So it's one of those things where it's like it's very hard to gauge if you're nonchalant. It's very hard to understand or very hard to learn somebody when they're stoic or nonchalant, because you're not showing that you're bothered by anything, or you're showing that it's no big deal basically to you, when in fact most other guys, her doing that to them would be a big deal, like she get a kick out of it, whereas for you it's like yeah, whatever, all right, next. You just move right along.
But real quick, just so that YouTube, we don't get in trouble for any fucking dumbass reason. Earlier my cigarette broke, so I'm rolling this into a new cigarette. It's not a joint. It's just want to be clear about that, because I know there are faggots watching us. Not the audience, but them, the authorities. Faggots. Okay? So it's not illegal. It's not illegal, okay? to roll a cigarette. But all the faggot authorities watching can fuck themselves and their dogs.
They're burro.
Susan Wojcicki just got on the phone with me. Tico, you're fired.
They're like, Tico, give me Cypher's number.
Give me Cypher's number now. I want his number now. What is his channel and his number? I don't know it.
Susan calls Tico. Susan calls Tico.
I like that though. Sorry to bring it into that, but it's like, I think the coordinating was like, hey, so and so, if you wanted a picture of my dick, you could have just DM'd me, and I would have given it to you. It's like, dang, YouTube's pretty like people are pretty transparent on YouTube nowadays.
Right. Right.
Susan calls
Most
Tico.
people, at least.
Susan calls Tico, right? Says, hey, I love you. I want your freedom of speech to be better than ever. So give your viewers.
Would ever say that to me? Hell,
Susan calls Tico and says, give everyone the N-word tag.
I call and be like, what is the problem, Tico? Like, look, see,
if you hug her, just make sure you do the arm float. Just make sure you float the
I gotta do the Keanu Reeves arm float, basically, yeah. Which is actually pretty funny. Speaking of which, speaking of my representative, I was actually told that, you know, she would like to actually meet me in person and do an interview with me for my other channel. I basically kindly sort of turned it down and said I'm not really a people kind of person. I just like doing what I do on a platform and just going about my merry way and thank her for the offer. Typically. But yeah, basically.
What about, okay, when you turn women down? Because that probably pretty much follows the same amount of nonchalance.
It depends on a woman, like I said. If it's a woman that I don't like, or if it's... Because I typically don't date white women, so I typically treat white women like guys. So I'll typically walk up and say, what's up, my nigga, and give them a half-half.
Chest bump them.
Yeah, or I'll do that too. There's always a half-half or a chest bump, basically. I treat them like they're a dude, basically, because typically I don't date them, so therefore, here's why. So it's one of those things where, like, you know, it depends on a woman, and it depends on the situation that's going on. Because typically I'll turn down a woman in a heartbeat. Like I said, if I have to ask a woman for her number, she's already been friend zoned in my book. So it's one of those things where it's like, I'm really not hitting on you anymore. You're now a friend. You're literally a friend. Like, that's it. You're just a friend. Because I remember the one time I said that to a woman. She goes, well, I got a boyfriend. I go, yeah, I ain't asking you all that. I just wanted to be friends and, you know, do lunch and shit like that. You're not that attractive. And typically I can get very vicious and mean. And I can be a dick about it. And the sad part about that you're like taken aback by my blatant honesty. And sometimes they think I'm joking. I go, no, I'm deadly serious. I don't want to date you. You're not my type. I just wanted friends for lunch and, you know, stuff like that. To hang out with other friends, basically. You're not that special. You're just a friend. And that's simply how I operate. And I do say that shit in real life. And people get like, ooh, I can't believe that nigga say that to me. Fuck him. You know, so it's one of those things where it's like, it is what it is. Because I usually tell if I like a woman within the first, minute or two of meeting her. If she's material, she's dating material, or if she's friend material, basically. And typically, you can tell by how fucked up their life is, or how much of a cluster B they are, or how organized they are, or how they carry themselves, or the way they talk. If a woman comes at me talking like, you know, like she's from the hood, that's typically not relationship material. If a woman comes at me with an attitude, that's not relationship material either. That's friendship material. So it's one of those things where it's like, you better come at me correct, or you get friends.
Yeah. Definitely get off. First impressions are everything, I think. And
it's like not even first impressions. Like, if I could see a woman, like there was this one white woman that I ran into, and she was an older woman, and she dresses nice and looks nice, but she talks like she's from the fucking hood. So she's automatically friend zoned for that reason.
The fucking poser.
Yeah, I know. She's a white lady. She's a white lady. She got the short curly hair, a little bit older. Yeah. And she talks like she's just hood, basically. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, no, you're a friend. You're a friend zone. I'm sorry.
Only
Pretty dope,
Asians like Rich Chiga can talk like they're black and get away with
Who?
it.
Rich Asian, crazy rich
Rich
Asian.
Chiga. Rich,
Rich,
yeah, they
rich,
can talk black.
rich
They can talk black. They're fine. They get a pass. But no, everybody else, no. But yeah, I think it's important to be cordial, but then like I think it's a contrary to popular belief. The more you read and the more verbose you are, it's harder to, I guess, filter what you're trying to say, because you can be even more like just savage. So it's like sometimes I'll be cordial to people right up front. Then I'll listen to like something that like a Tico Tren video or something, and then I'll be in all sort of a mood, and then I'll just like ignore the person, or not, well, or like I'll just be completely different than
My favorite
being
video.
all like, oh
My favorite
hi,
video.
like smile in their face.
Uh-huh.
What?
I said my favorite videos is when somebody call me or DM me or send me a text message or email saying, "Motherfucker, was you talking about me?" Like, no, nigga, I wasn't even talking about you. Like, nigga, it wasn't even about you. But if you feel that type of way, obviously you got something you need to work on there. Damn. Like, if I hit you that hard, you got to work on something there. Shit. Like I get DMs from everybody or text messages from anybody and everybody talking about why you got to throw shade on me? I'm not throwing shade on you. It was a video topic.
Subliminal.
Mm-hmm. Trust me, if I was gonna throw some shots at you, it wouldn't be. It would. I will let you know that I'm throwing shots at you in the video. I mean, sometimes I'll get subliminal,
Well,
more
you
subliminal
just
than
throw a lot of shots, so I don't really care if they're aimed at me or not. I just want to know why. Like, I just want to get into the head of a serial killer. I just want to get into the head of a murderer.
I'm more subliminal than Drake. I throw more subliminals than Drake do. I mean,
If I was in front of Drake right now, other than calling him a simp, most of the things I just want to know is like, why, Drake? Why?
Why are you a simp, Drake?
Why? Why'd you simp here, there, and at that time? Why'd you simp then?
Yeah, because I throw many subliminal shots at many people. Shit, there's been times when I've came out and I've just talked shit on like. I remember the one video I did. It was only like a 5-minute video, a little over 5-minute video. I talked shit on about like 120 people in that same video.
Fuck yeah.
Like, it's just another 5 minutes. It was just easy for me, and it's typically how it works. So it's like I'm not really taking shots at.
A lot of people are alike. That's another thing about the dating.
That's typically what it is.
Market.
There's a lot
you
of
meet a lot of people.
There are a lot of carbon copies out there. So it's like one of those things where it's like, you don't know me. Oh yeah, I know you now. I automatically know you. The minute you say that to me, I automatically know who the fuck you are, and I know all about you. I know how you carry yourself, and I know what you're all about. The minute anybody say that to me, anytime a woman says that to me, I pretty much know all about her and what she's about. The same thing goes for guys too.
Like, okay, when you said organized, because like, okay, I've like lived with somebody who's cluster B. They're very dirty, but then I know women who are really organized, or they're like, I'm super organized, and that's kind of makes me think that they're not organized.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess I'm looking just more for information, for like discernment in that regard.
Think about that. If a person claims they're organized, and you go to their house and they're not organized, it's like, really, lady, really. Yeah, it's kind of like, or if they say they're organized, you look at their car and it looks like shit.
Looks like dude.
Or the car is like, what the fuck?
And then they'll come up with it's organized chaos.
That's what I was thinking, because
all over the floor.
Because there are people that have the shelves and everything. They have literally every single container, everything. But then it's like, how organized are they really?
Well, they call those kind of people like anal, don't they? I mean, it's another form of narcissism.
Well, like I said, because they're always the first people to yell at you. And
I can't really say that because I'm a very OCD person myself, but it's not to the point of monk or ridiculousness. But I am OCD enough for it to be noticed, just a very little, or if you're actually paying attention. But a lot of people, I'm OCD enough for it to be like it could catch somebody's attention if you're very meticulous.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be like that.
Like if you come to my house, all my canned goods are facing forward.
I wasn't quite like that.
All my canned goods are in alphabetical order.
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. That's actually cool.
I mean, just have a kid, and that kind of solves that problem. Then it's all disarray.
Shockingly, My children are the same way.
Yeah.
And when they put stuff up, they put it in alphabetical order and they put it in order. My daughter's so bad that she'll take a cup, like certain cups, and she'll organize them a certain way. Like if it's like a champagne glass, it goes in a champagne glass side or rack. If it's like a regular glass, it goes in a regular glass rack. If it's like, so on and so on and so forth. So it's one of those things where it's like, if it's a specialty glass or if we're having a special occasion, it goes into the special occasion rack and it's organized to the point where, like, it's ridiculous. It's like,
Tico, I need to send my kid around to your place.
right?
We need to do some babysitting. A little play date.
Right? So, yeah, because like I'm OCD. I'm not OCD as hell, but I'm OCD enough for it to be noticed. Like I said, if you're meticulous, I'm OCD enough because like the sad part about that is the thing that you have to notice. If anybody who's ever worked in a lab, they're going to be OCD to a certain point when it comes down to it. So it's one of those things where, like, if you never worked in a lab before, the minute you get in the lab, you start picking up OCD tendencies from other people in the lab or from the fact that you work in a lab and shit can get dirty and there's germs and bacteria and viruses and all this stuff. So you typically pick up an OCD tendency by working in a lab.
Hey, so real quick, I'm gonna have to take off here in a moment, but before I go, I just want to bring this up again real quick. Just as like a red flag, if you know people, deal with people that are fickle, that's a red flag. If you're dealing with fickle people, don't ever plan a future of any kind with them. Fickle people typically are just, you can't really, because people who are fickle, they at some point could just get bored with you and drop you, and that's months, years of time wasted with someone you thought was your future. Don't fall for it. Do not date fickle people. Do not date fickle people. I cannot stress this enough. Do not date fickle people. They are not good for you because your future is, you can't trust it. You can't trust it because they're fickle. You can't. So take it as a red flag and heed the warning. I can't stress this enough. Lastly, to go on Tico and other people's points here about if they say they're X, they're not X. They're probably some kind of Y.
I like that. That's a good one.
I'll give you an example. If anyone calls themselves badass, they're not badass. Really think about that. If someone calls themselves badass, they're not badass. When oftentimes when kids are actually in trouble and the parents ask, about who did this or you mention it, and a kid starts up within 3 seconds impulsively to deny the idea that they could be guilty. Yeah, really think about that. So those are my tips for the night. Take a fickle nature as the red flag that it is, and if they say they are not. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, see ya.
Take
Thanks
care,
for coming,
Cypher.
Cypher.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to elaborate on what Cypher said, basically, that also goes for friends as well too, because that's what I was talking about with the temporary people and long-term people video. What I was talking about basically, because if they're fickle, there's no point in keeping them around as a friend because they're not going to be a reliable friend to you. You're pretty much going to be the most reliable person out of both of you.
The same applies if they're just generally quite thick as well.
Yeah, too. Yeah. That too. Yeah.
Thick people.
Yeah.
My thing is like, so it's hard for me to like be like, okay, avoid X, but don't become X. So it's like only look for trusting people. That kind of means you have to be trusting in a way, but you can't be too trusting or else you'll attract distrustful people. Because like you said, you work more in that realm than they do or ever will or ever can. So it's kind of like shedding of toxic people to try to find what you really value. Like if you don't value trust, you don't value trust. That's just who you are. But how you get to that point, it's like by making tons of mistakes. Is something I couldn't get confused by a lot.
Well, something that would help is, trust equates to having a level of vulnerability. So how ready, how willing are you to be vulnerable, put in an uncomfortable position. But what kind of protects all of that is boundaries. So as long as you have good sense of boundaries, you're clear about them, then you're able to start trusting other people or situations. Um, I mean, some people have a trouble with trust because of like childhood trauma. They become start stepping onto like paranoia.
Yeah, like that's where I'm at. Like I am so distrustful at this point that it's almost borderline on like
Yeah,
paranoia. Like I don't think I have a condition, but it's I don't think it's like schizophrenic, paranoid schizophrenic, but
well,
it's definitely
it's kind of. I mean,
healthy
the way
paranoia.
things are nowadays. I mean, there's good reason to be wary of trusting. There's a lot of dangers out there now, probably now more than ever. So trying to trust is becoming harder to do. But if we're talking about like healing as an individual, as a person, so that you can kind of move on, you do need to have the ability to trust to some degree at some point. Otherwise, like if you become paranoid, then you think the whole world is out to get you. Then you're limiting yourself, and you're going to have other kind of problems. So if you want to be a healthy individual, all round, like progressing in life, you're going to have to learn to kind of like let go of some of those fears and be able to trust. I mean, it's kind of like to say like some people obviously like um, hearts get broken when they're dealing with a relationship that has fallen through and disintegrated. But if you're able to trust again, to love again, and potentially be hurt again, that is actually quite a healthy way to go about things. So it's being able to trust, knowing that, well, it might not work out. I'm not going to trust 100% and be in a dream world about this. There is a possibility it could fail yet again, but I'm okay with that.
True.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah, and
It's like a
it's
lot
just go ahead.
it's like a lot of MGTOWs have this kind of idea, and myself included, that the idea of that, well, maybe there's a unicorn out there. Maybe I might find someone. I would like to be able to have a family. I would like to be able to be in a relationship. It's just at the moment it's so dangerous and hard to trust people that for my own safety, I'd rather not. But the idea of wishing you could is there. So it's almost like a lot of people are like, well, I'm going to shut the door completely, nail it shut, barricade myself in, because I'm that afraid of getting injury. I'd rather not risk it. Well, now you're stuck in a house, maybe unnecessarily. Maybe you could actually have that dream of yours. Not trying to encourage people to start dreaming, but I mean, you're closing off the possibility. Well, you're denying yourself of happiness potentially. So if you're able to be brave, face your fears, step outside, knowing that, yeah, you might get injured again, but you're going to be okay. It's more about being able to trust yourself rather than trust other people.
Because eventually, after a while, you eventually have to either A, adjust accordingly to society, or B, make the necessary adjustments for your life in general, so you can make it a better life for yourself, or make it so that you can go through life with the decision that you've made in your mind to actually go through life with, basically. So it's one of those things where, like, at the end of the day, like I said in the coping video, everything is cope. Everything's a way to cope with something. Everything's a way to cope with any and all problems that you're dealing with in your life, or any or all problems that you've dealt with in the past. There's always cope. Hell, there's people that went through problems in the past and don't even sort them out, and they're just still there, just looking them in the eye, or the skeleton in the closet, basically. So when they go and do something, or try to forge a new relationship, let it be friendship, or with their family members, or with with another person in general, they typically drag that skeleton with them because either A, they never buried it, or B, they never actually dealt with it. So it actually has a nice way of rearing its ugly head later on down the line for all intents and purposes. It's kind of like that crime that you thought you got away with, and then there's fingerprint evidence and all this other stuff, and comes back and
Yeah.
bites you in the ass type thing. That's basically what it means when you're actually coping and not dealing with the actual problem, and you just try to suppress it or try to put it to the side or try to act like it's not there or pretend like it never happened. Typically, that typically goes with a lot of the people that typically always say, like anybody that usually says, "Well, let the past be the past." They're not willing to deal with any problems at all in the least bit. Or if they say something like, uh, "That was the past. Let it go." Like it just happened like 3 hours ago. That's not very well. It is the past, in a sense, but at the end of the day, it's something that needs to be resolved
Yeah,
eventually,
I mean,
or to some extent.
it's choosing the easy path, which is to like ignore it. And what ends up happening if you do things that are easy in life, then life becomes harder.
Yeah.
So it kind of comes back, like you're saying, like it comes back to bite you on the ass.
Hmm.
So really, as difficult as it may seem, choose the hard path or do the hard things so that life becomes easier later on. I mean, we all have this tendency, like, well, I'm going to take shortcuts. I'm going to do what's easy. I have fear. I have anxiety about situations. I don't know how to deal with it. I haven't quite got the tools. Well, do what's hard. Now's the time to learn those tools
Yeah.
and get it done. Because instead of having one skeleton in the closet,
It's like
you'll end
an
up having
expediency.
Multiple.
Yeah.
Think of it like this.
Yeah.
Think of you coping with problems like a serial killer. I only killed this one person. I'll never kill again. Then 2 days later, I've only killed 2 people. I'll never kill again. Then 3 days later, I've only killed 3 people. I'll never kill again. 4 days later, I only killed 4 people. I'll never kill again. So it ends up piling up after a while. It ends up racking up to a point where like you thought you were only going to do it once, and now you ended up like being a serial killer, or you know you end up being like a habit or a problem now that you
Mhm.
have. So it's one of those things where it's like if you keep it up, if you keep on trying to avoid it, it's going to end up being a habit, and the stuff's going to start stacking up very high. And when you go to deal with the problem, it's going to be even bigger problem than it needs to be.
And then what will happen is you'll be even more likely to go on the path of denial and just be like, oh, I can't. What do you mean I killed 100 people? I'll just ignore that. I swear it was only 5.
Another body under the bed, and the 75 bodies in the closet, and the one in the cupboard, the 3 behind the wall, and so on and so on and forth on. Ignore
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
That's
denial
nothing.
becomes the only option at that point because
Yeah.
like to face the horrific past becomes such an ordeal. You've got no other choice but to really go into
Yeah.
delusion land.
Yeah,
And
there's this
deny.
person I know that like we were having a conversation kind of like similar, and then I was like, wouldn't it be best if you just admit your problems so you can move on? And they said to me, well, I'm never gonna do that. And I was like, really? Like, why wouldn't you do that? Wouldn't it be better than
This is where we're at
than
now.
just
Like,
going up? And I was just like so shocked that somebody would just be so transparent about wanting to avoid doing something that was difficult. Because me, I was always every single time I've always taken I've always tried to do the hardest possible thing, like to my ego. Maybe it was as easy as moving somewhere, or choosing just to put myself out there, or choosing to give up on something. Because that's one thing that people don't know really how to do, is like to stop pursuing something because it's not producing the right result. So they'd rather keep on doing it, and then just slowly go crazy. Or like you said, the problem, they keep minimizing the problem, but it keeps getting bigger. So it gets to a normal amount, then they minimize it again. Then they let it get even worse, then they minimize it again, to the point that there's no discerning what's a problem with what's like actual real, or actually real and just nominal.
I mean, what kind of ends up happening is like, if they're not careful, it becomes such a huge problem that admission to it is pretty much a threat to their survival. So this is why they kind of cling on to the denial, and despite all the evidence, despite all the examples,
sadly enough,
it's
that example that I brought, the conversation then became about me. Like it got projected onto me, and then now I have to do. Then I ended up having to start thinking about what I was doing instead of the other person.
yeah. Well,
Thinking about what they
that's
were
a
doing.
classic kind of deflection maneuver. Take the heat off themselves and make it about you, make you start having self-doubt. So now instead of your attention being on gaslighting,
gaslighting like a mofo,
blame shifting, projection, deflection, distraction, anything and everything for them to avoid acknowledging and accepting any responsibility, accountability, and their own self-reflection, because they don't want to self-reflect, because it's causing injury, because essentially it all goes down to survival. You are causing you're killing them. You're psychologically killing them by making them face or trying to make them face ownership of what they've done. So they've
people die all the time. They make transformations, but then if you never make that transformation, you just stay the caterpillar. Then like you're always in a vulnerable position. You're always, and like the trauma that happens to you is going to be life changing at some point, because you can't really fly out of, or you can't really figure out a way to get out of the situation. You'll just remain kind of infantile or
I mean, that's kind of what you're describing is for that change to take place. There needs to be the collapse needs to happen, mortification needs to kind of happen, where there is no other way of looking at it. They have to kind of like they've tried.
They have to, not that they want to change. They have to change.
The trauma response, or the response to threat. So you've got the fight, flight, fawn, and freeze, and maybe fart. And they've tried every other option, and now they're left with basically facing what it is. I mean, it's either the choice of do that or commit suicide, or enter psychosis and just become a complete loon, detached from reality. Now, if they're already quite fearful and cowardly type people, the actual act of trying to commit suicide probably won't happen, or they might try, but not follow through with it. So there might be suicidal attempts, but they never actually succeed in suicide. And if they do, it's kind of like by accident. They didn't really intend for it to happen. So then they end up having to face their demons, and that is in therapy. That's pretty much the best chance you have at trying to reach someone and get them onto the right path or a better path in life for them to start addressing their wounds, because then they haven't got anything as a defense to prop up that false fake ego of theirs. It's completely shattered. So you're basically reconstructing someone from the ground up at that point. But you run the risk, obviously, like as just mentioning, that you completely shattered that person. They would probably rather wish they were dead than have to, because to rebuild is the hard part. Dying is easy. So this is where they'd be like, well, I'd rather just die then.
True.
So it's a risky kind of area in that person's life, but at the same time, it's the most effective time to be trying to put someone on a better track, or to give them help when if you want to try and help them. So it's very dicey.
To be honest, the reason why I use that analogy or the comparison, Seeker, is because you called me Dexter. Okay, smart ass. So that popped into my head when I used that analogy. The minute you said that about me, that's the reason why I used the serial killer analogy. No, I'm not exposed. You call me Dexter, so I use that as an analogy. And that's technically how we actually started off too.
Yeah, it was one little.
It was like a one-off.
Well, it
thing,
started from his that traumatic experience when he was a kid, and then
it was a one-off thing, and then it ended up transpiring into like a whole nother lifestyle and job basically after that.
It's a nice storyline. The good
Yeah, that's
narrative
basically
too.
why. That's basically why I came up with that story. That's where I came up with that comparison at, based on that show. I used to like that show until it.
I love
Well,
that.
the
I
one
love the
season,
first two seasons.
the one
Yeah,
season
the
got
first
convoluted
season.
when they started like dragging his sister in and shit like that, and then it started getting
Then they
real
started to
convoluted.
have. Yeah. I don't know why they changed it up so much. It was good the way that it
They
was.
should have left it. I mean, it's one thing to
It
let your
kind of
sister find
that
out, but
that kind of makes me think like, does therapy still exist because there are good therapists,
No, because
or
it's money.
because therapy is a good? Yeah.
well, in America, it's about the money. In other countries, they're actually therapists and are actually pretty good at their jobs. Whereas in America, it's like it's a corporation.
Well, like I think only in the Western context do you have it split disciplines to like an occupational therapist or a physical therapist I think if you look at a culture that's more holistic or a state that's more like I guess versed on health and not making money, you probably have these things like overlapping and or just being one solid thing
Well,
that can
I
improve
know
people's
this
lives.
about therapists. I mean, a lot of what we're talking about tonight, and in general with like red pill knowledge across the channels, therapists wouldn't really touch. And also, not to be to fire shots at them, but they're not actually as clued because they're going from knowledge like maybe 5-10 years ago, so they're a bit behind with a lot of information that is actually circulating now. You're really better up. It's kind of funny, really. It's kind of like these kind of sort of channels are doing a better job at therapy and helping others than actual therapists at the moment.
Oh,
Um,
shots fired to my ego and my education.
well, it's a
Oh
little
my
bit.
god.
Well, another. Well,
I feel it deeply in my heart right now. I
I
think
know.
I'm
Well,
dying on his stream. Oh my god.
Whatever,
well,
Tico, just go cope.
and I'll give you another one. I'll give you a little one to the gut here.
I know
Well,
I'm just
no.
messing.
Therapists
Another one
cringe.
to the gut.
When it comes to borderline personality disorder, therapists
Mhm.
cringe. They do not want to deal with people with borderline.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's what I think. Yeah, that's what I
Because
assume.
it's an ongoing because it's so draining. The therapist in the end will need therapy. You know,
Most psychologists and therapists need psychologists and therapists.
That's what I was
exactly.
essentially getting at with my
And with
question.
like narcissism, there is no cure for it. So, I mean, this is where it goes to the only person who really can sort your life out is you. I mean, you become your own therapist. You know your injuries, you know your history, you know your pain. No one else knows it better than you. It's just you need to acknowledge it and face it. Now, all the therapist really is doing is trying to help you to do some self-reflection. They're trying to open doors, but at the end of the day, it's down to the patient whether or
This
not they're going
guy.
to walk through.
Not you, Seeker, over here. Talk about over-explaining, exposed. Then he got a follow-up today and say, "Oh shit, Tico's favorite show is actually Dexter." Exposed.
So I mean, if you want to go, so if you ask a therapist, like, so what's your track record of so-called curing a narcissist? It's going to be zero.
Oh yeah, you can't cure a narcissist.
Yeah.
A narcissist.
So
The thing about a narcissist, it's basically like an addict. They have to accept the fact that they have a problem first. Because if you're a narcissist, you're not going to accept the fact that you have a problem because you think very highly. You have a very high opinion of yourself, and you think very highly of yourself.
But even then, Tico, the definition of narcissism would mean that they are incurable. Because if they were cured, then technically they wouldn't actually be a narcissist.
So
and
this is typically why narcissists don't. This is typically why narcissism can't really be cured, for the fact that the person that's a narcissist would have to actually take the necessary steps to actually change itself, to actually be helped and be cured for all intents and purposes. And typically, narcissists can't be cured. But at the end of the day, in America, narcissists are a nice way to make some money.
Yeah, but technically, they wouldn't be
nice bill for your pockets.
Well, okay, and like that's the thing. In the collectivism, like I feel like the shaman knows your problems better than you or the elder, and there is no narcissism. I guess the elder would probably be the only narcissist in the tribe, or unless or like the hunter gatherer type people could have some sort of narcissism, that because they have like a very high, opinion of what they do. And it's like it seems like this only in this individual sense, like you have to fix your problems. You know what's best for you at the end of the day. Whereas if you go to like a collective culture, it's like you don't know what's best for you. You shouldn't really try to go out and do something different. You should stay home and you should help your you should like your job's already assigned if you have a family. And you like can't really strike out on your own because that's kind of frowned upon. Like your family will always doubt what you have to say or what you want to do.
True.
Yeah. Or like they would throw shade on it, or they would try to get you. They would try to gaslight you. Be like,
Yeah.
that's not the way that
And I
works.
think when it comes to narcissists, especially when it comes to narcissistic women, typically I always talk about that. We talked about this in the Bleeding Edge Red Pill 1 about like, they have their watershed moment. But then like they realize that they're having a watershed moment, then they got to go back into the fake facade again and fake like they didn't say that or deny it or pretend like that just didn't happen basically. That's typically what a lot of narcissists or women do. When they actually, because like remember we were talking about the watershed moment that women have every now and again in the conversation where they realize that they fucked up. You get them to actually realize that they fucked up, then all of a sudden they snap out of it and they go back to like their female ways again.
Yeah, there are fleeting moments of
That fleeting moment that they usually have.
Self-realization.
Yeah. And the sad part about that, women hate to actually have to realize that they are fucking up, or they hate to have to realize that things are actually happening most of the times. There are some women that are very self-conscious, but those women are few and far between. Very few and far between.
Yeah.
But typically the women that we're talking about are all the women they'll sit there and deny a lot of the stuff that you said, even though they said it, even though they're on camera saying it, even though they're on camera with vocals literally admitting to it, even though they're on voice recording saying this stuff, they'll still deny the stuff like it's not happening or it's not a problem and you're just over exaggerating. It's kind of like what I said about the one woman that the one woman when I was actually downtown that literally cut her husband's throat. Just cut his husband's throat casually. He fell out on the ground and he started like gargling and he's like blood squirting all over the place. And I remember I sat down beside him and I started applying pressure to his neck so it won't bleed too much. And this woman says, I shit you not. She says, and I quote, "Why are you overreacting? It was just a joke." Like, and I'm sitting there looking at her like, so cutting people's arteries and them bleeding all over the place is a joke. Like, and she even said that when the cops got there too. "I don't know why you're overreacting. It was just a joke." And the cops looking at her like, "The hell, lady? Ain't a joke. That's not a joke. That's his life." Like, the one cop was just tripped out by her response to that. And it was kind of crazy for the fact that, one, this lady's literally saying this to this man or about this man. And two, it's like, what? You're saying this to the cops too now? Like, what? Like, so it's kind of weird when it happens in society. And the sad part about that is the guy ended up living and the woman ended up getting a slap on her wrist for attempted murder. She ended up getting a slap on her wrist, which made no damn sense to me. But this is the society that we live in. When women say we're being treated unfairly, but you get a slap on her wrist for slitting your own husband's throat, then turning around and saying it was just a joke.
Yeah, it's kind of like a normal man would go down like an odyssey of like character development once he goes to jail, but then a woman just gets let out. So there's all that pent up, I guess, like justification for her being exactly the same place where she was at, even after doing something that warrants a tremendous amount of like reckoning and or punishment. It doesn't really like that's definitely excusing some of the male's behavior in it, but the overall point is just that, like, point blank period, they're not really given a lot of responsibility to take.
Well, the sad part about the context to this male's behavior was she basically asked for something. He said no. So she got mad and slit his throat. He didn't put his hands on her. He didn't raise his voice. He merely just said, "No, it's not happening. No." End result is him laying on the ground, squirting blood all over the place. Then her
maybe
claiming it was just a joke.
Exactly. Maybe in him saying no, she kind of knew that, or had inferred that she wasn't his number one priority, and so that made her so angry that that was her reaction to it.
Probably.
Kind of being
I'm willing to
told
bet
that you're not.
Judging by her demeanor, I'm willing to bet
Being
that.
told like you're not first, that's a huge hit to a person who's like a narcissist or a person who's.
I mean, another thing with
That's a huge hit to women in general. Shoot,
Yeah.
like Billy the Goat said, like the woman that he's with basically backed him on his workshop, and then all of a sudden felt jealous of his workshop. That's typically the nature of a woman. You know, you back your husband 100% on something, then you get jealous of what you backed your husband on because it's starting to take off and it's starting to work very nicely. But then when you want to spend time with them, you actually spend time with them. You basically, you know, brush them off and tell them that
Brush
don't
them
you have
off.
something to do?
That's what I notice most of the time in like a lot of the relationships is they shower you with a kind of like a false praise, like to other people just to make you feel more legitimate. And then when they're in front of you, it's like they can't give you any sort of time of day or anything. You have no power, even though you're being dragged through the compliments like that surface level compliments. Such a good ex, such a good husband or boyfriend or something. But then all of a sudden, there's something that prevents.
That's
them
the
from
idolization
giving
phase or stage. I mean, you're a shiny new toy, so they're gonna show you off. Look what I got. You know, I must be really lucky or really special or really good at what I do because look what I managed to catch. So you're essentially a trophy at that. Like you got a trophy wife, but you're the trophy husband or partner.
Yeah.
And then
typically, most men end up being a trophy to a woman at the beginning. But typically, when a man starts capitulating and bending to her will in a relationship and starts becoming more what she wants or what she thinks she wants in a man, this is typically where the trophy turns into something that's very dull and very old, basically, at this point in time. And it's not worth the value.
And when he's being propped up like that, I think that it's easy for him to ignore whether or not, other factors like them being in like financial straits, for example, because he's caught up in this like feeling of being like we were talking about earlier, this guilty feeling of like not deserving this like idolization and trying to be normal and having to live up to the I can do everything for this person archetype that a lot of like women will put on somebody, after like a long relationship.
Yeah, you know it, Seeker. Bleeding edge rib pill. It's therapeutic, man.
It's therapeutic, man.
I mean, particularly with cluster Bs, every kind of action has multiple benefits, or they try to have multiple gains out of the situation. So not only are they like in terms of when you're having this love bombing initial experience, not only are you being shown off as a prize, but they're also trying to ramp up your esteem to get you hooked and get you addicted. So they essentially turn you into, you already got addictive traits in you, but they're amplifying that. So then when they withdraw that love, you're now, you're gagging, or you're trying to do better to try and get that love back.
Mm-hmm. That's why I've always noticed that people are so depressed and so angry until they get that validation again from that person. It's like they're just like caught. They're unable to actually bring that chemistry to boil in their own life, and they have to get, now that they're locked into a mechanism where they need a certain equation of stimuli.
I mean, I describe it as you're put on life support, and you're being given breadcrumbs to survive, and because you're basically on life support, you'll be happy to receive breadcrumbs at that point.
True.
And that breadcrumb action is, one, to stop you from dying, and two, to make you believe. I mean, it could be even more than just one or two reasons, but to make you believe that it's like future faking, false promises, because you'll receive that breadcrumb, and for a brief moment, you'll be like, yes, this is the woman I love. She's showing me some attention finally. And then quickly, you go back into the cycles of devaluation, not feeling appreciated, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was going to quickly mention when Tico was describing about that woman slicing the throat, they also got a poor sense because they've got poor boundaries. That means they've got poor limitations.
Yeah.
So situation they can't judge when enough is enough. So things can quite easily and often does escalate. And once they've done it once, like maybe on the first occasion they might have insulted you. The second time around, it's going to have to be. The ante has been raised, so it's going to have to be a little bit more than just an insult. They're going to have to maybe give you a thump in the arm, and then the next time they're going to be even more. It gets more and more and it's also testing your boundaries and seeing how much you're willing to put up with before you decide to flip out.
Yeah. Or my favorite is like, it'll go from, an insult to, punching in the arm, hitting the head, slapping the head, pushing your head, to keying your car, to slashing your tires, to busting out your windows, to slitting your throat.
And the way they kind of see that will all be justified. It'd be like, well, he deserved it.
Yeah.
Because he said he loved me. Essentially, it kind of goes.
And the sad part about that is, if you let the first things happen. I mean, it's one thing if you let the. Let one insult slide, but it's one of those things where don't really let it slide. Give her like a backhanded or a cynical comment or a smart ass comment back, basically. So it's one of those things where, like, if you're going to dish it out, you're going to be able to take it for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
So basically, let her know that this shit ain't going to be the normal. Basically,
that's right. You got to set your boundaries. Otherwise, they're looking at that and be like, well, this guy is a pushover. He's letting me trample all over him. Well, now I've got permission now to abuse, essentially, to take the piss, to do more, and then they start testing the waters with you. Well, how much is he going to put up with? To the point where you kind of essentially start losing your mind, and then that becomes another useful out for them, because when the relationship starts going down the toilet, they could point the finger and be like, look, it's his fault. Look at how he's behaving. He's now losing his shit. So that's where we got the deflection. It's not about the woman in this sort of scenario, man or woman kind of thing. It's not about her anymore. It's about him. Look how he's going crazy. And because he's so used to being punished, there's a good chance he'll kind of accept that responsibility, because he's already experienced that. Well, she's never accepted any responsibility. I'm the only one in this dynamic relationship that's going to do that. So it must be my fault that this relationship is collapsing. She deserves, and then he starts being more and more like a simp. Oh, she deserves better. I've let her down.
I've let her down. Like it's my fault.
Yeah, it's my fault. I could do better. And this is great news for her, because then she's like, yes, you can do better. I would like you to, now she can make more demands on him, and he's trying to make up for the relationship. He's taking all the responsibility, even though she's the one that stuck a knife in his back.
True. Yeah. And it's typically how it works when it comes to women. They'll typically do that, like I said, with the whole entire cutting of the man's throat in public, and then try to turn to the police and say, well, it was only a joke. Like, it's like, really? It was only a joke. He told you no. You escalated to cutting his throat. Like, at what point was it equal, or what point was it actually a thing where you can actually, do anything or test it or try it out, the theory, for it to be an equal response to what he said for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like she really needed therapy. That's pretty much all it really was. She needed psychology, or she needed to be doped up, or she just needed to be in a hospital some damn where and locked away for the rest of her life. That's typically how that works. Because yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
If when she done that, she was like, "What's the problem here?" He said, "No. The price for that is to have his throat slit." Where's the issue? She would have justified it in her mind, like, this is perfectly acceptable behavior.
Yeah, she literally said it. There's pretty much the same thing you said, but only a bit worse. She said, "I understand why you're overreacting. It was only a joke."
Yeah, exactly.
What? Lady, what? It was only a joke. Since when is cutting somebody's throat a joke? lady.
And-
Like, come on now.
What the heck would be in her mind if it wasn't a joke? I mean, how far would she go? What, like,
Yeah,
dismember his body? I don't know.
right.
Like, it's like scary.
Serve his body on the next Thanksgiving dinner, and everybody
Well,
thinks
it's kind of like, okay, like I think it's kind of like there's a bounded or nature to it, because like she'll only go as far, like little bit farther than what he is not comfortable with, just to make him believe that she means business. So it's like, if she's beaten him within an inch of his life before, she'll get a little bit closer, or maybe even flat out kill the person, or that anybody like that, like any relationship that's that high octane. That's how the stakes are every single time. It's like we're each betting that the other person can live up to this ridiculous standard, and then like as a guy, we're setting ourselves up to be like, how far is she willing to show me that she loves me?
Well,
By
I mean,
doing this all.
that kind of brings in like the God complex. Like, how far is, like, if she wants to feel like God, the a entity who can give life, as in like childbirth, or take life away, like, so it's a power trip. So she becomes the judge of who should live and who should die. So
True.
it could become like an exercise in just demonstrating her power.
true. And if she's slitting that person's throat, then who's to say she ain't doing other things, like hiding people behind the Haagen-Dazs in the refrigerator? I mean, the freezer, or
Yeah.
serving her husband
Whilst
somebody
munching on that
the
Haagen-Dazs,
milkman's
digging in.
body and stuff like that for dinner, like
Yeah.
And there's, like I said, there's really no reference point other than what that guy's threshold is. And like the longer you spend kind of like in certain close quarters, or having to, and like the more she's going to get to know that part of you, and you can never out verbally match a woman, especially if you're kind of compromised like that. So there's nothing you can say typically that'll like win over the crowd, which is who she addresses most of the time when she's gaslighting you and everything.
Well, the general advice, I mean, if you know for certain you're dealing with a narcissist, the general advice is to run. Don't bother explain yourself. Don't bother trying to engage in any battles or one man upmanship. It's basically grab your shit and run. Get out of there. There's nothing you can do.
It's humanly possible.
It's narcissism by definition is geared.
But then also you don't want to give people that, because people have used that a lot. They're like, "Oh, narcissist. That's a narcissist. That person's a narcissist."
Yeah, well,
person,
it's become a buzzword nowadays. So people are throwing the term narcissism around as if it's
the person who doesn't agree with me.
Yeah, instantly you're a narcissist. It's kind of like, well, so we have to be a bit careful when we're discussing narcissism, not to just be willy-nilly and just say it. You need to back it up, and you need to be a bit of a detective like Batman and actually piece together your clues and be like, no, I think I am pretty much dealing with someone who is fairly high, if not all the way on the narcissistic spectrum.
Definitely.
Not just throw it like an insult. Because to be a little bit more nitpicky technical, we all have narcissism within us. It's just to what degree. If you didn't have any narcissism, you'll be dead. This is how your ego in itself is formed. It's through narcissism. When you're a baby, you have narcissism. That part of your brain is there before the personality or who you become is like. The ego is older than the personality is.
True.
Yeah, like when you look at yourself in the mirror.
Yeah, so the person you identify with in the mirror is younger than the ego is. That ego has been developing for a longer period of time before you had self-awareness.
The permanence of that.
So in order for that ego to grow, for you to start having self-awareness, you already need narcissism. Babies are narcissistic. It's all about, from a baby's point of view, they are the world. It's all about them. If I want something, I'm going to scream. If I shit myself, you're going to clean it up. You're going to serve me. I'm the baby. So babies, as mean as, here's Billy the Goat bashing babies. Babies are little bloody narcissists.
Yeah, they are.
And this is why, when it comes to diagnosing narcissists, you're not allowed to really call anyone or say they're I mean, first of all, you can't really go around saying anyone's a narcissist anyway, unless
You can.
you're
I mean, you
unless
can.
you're a
But you might
therapist.
be right. You might be willing to fight after doing so. I mean,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can.
yeah. But
Like I've done it multiple times. Like
you can't give someone a diagnosis officially unless
yeah,
you're there, unless you know them personally and you're basically a licensed therapist.
yeah. My favorite was
But
the one lady at the store. I go narcissism much.
yeah, I
She
mean,
just looked at me like, "Ooh, fuck you too."
I mean, it's with the amount of, I mean, it's pretty evident that narcissism has shot up in the recent years, and to see people who are displaying characteristics is pretty obvious at a lot of the times. So you can kind of like make a safe assumption, be like, yeah, they're pretty much narcissistic, or they're behaving in a very narcissistic kind of way. Watch out for them. But the sort of technicality, you're not a doctor. Well, I mean, Tico, you might be licensed to make such diagnoses, but I'm not. So I can't really go around and say with an official diagnosis, yes, that person is a narcissist.
Well, the
I'm
sad part about
being
that, you don't need no license to actually determine if somebody's a narcissist. That's pretty much like determine if somebody's black or white off the bat. Like
yeah. I mean,
it's pretty self evident when you actually run into ones like
yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. I mean, in terms of like for your own self-preservation, I mean, you find out or you experience what you need to know. You know enough to realize, yeah, I better run now. I mean, you don't need to diagnose them for what purpose.
Well, it's like
You don't
right
need that.
between right and wrong, because
Yeah.
you have that idea that people should surround themselves with people who have high self-esteem, who view themselves positively, because then you'll mirror some of those characteristics, and you'll kind of start to build your self-esteem. That's not really true. It's not. It's true in an association, in because in that it correlates with certain things. But if you see somebody and they're very, very high opinion of themselves, they have a very, very high self-esteem, almost like I'm better than you, then you have like a little bit more to work with. Because, and I was also thinking, is a person who's listening to this, who is a narcissist, are they going to be more like angry? Are they going to want to emote because of something that we said, because they don't want to be called out? Or would that actually please a narcissist to be called out for their
Both.
behavior?
Both.
You'll get some.
Because first off, you're talking about them.
Yeah.
One, that plays into their narcissism, and two, the fact that you're calling them out will kind of sort of agitate them. But they're kind of happy. It's almost like it's almost like having an orgasm for a narcissist, basically. Like you're calling them out. It's almost like if your person you're having sex with likes pain while having an orgasm, like if they like to be pinched or like have nipple clamps on them while you're giving them an orgasm, basically that's the same thing for a narcissist. It's the best way I can describe it to you. So it'd be like putting a nipple clamp on a woman and shoving your fingers up her pussy to the point where you make her G-spot squirt. That's pretty much the same concept you get for a narcissist. That's pretty much the same.
A little bit more worrying. Sorry, Tico.
Yeah.
I mean, you might get some narcissists who will tune in, and they end up receiving an injury from what we're discussing, so they'll switch off. That's kind of that would be the easiest sort of safest off in terms of our concern. But more concerning is the ones who are listening because they're learning it now. Their games they're running into problems. I mean, we're seeing this already with female chameleons who are supporting MGTOW, for example.
Yeah.
They realize that they can't run their same game, so they're having to modify and adapt it. So how are they going to do that? They're going to tune into MGTOW channels, see what people are talking about, and they're not listening in the sense of, oh, is this how I'm behaving, as in like self-reflection? Oh, I'm behaving badly, I need to be a good person. No, they're listening in order to manipulate the situation into their advantage.
True. Another thing about that is like what I was saying. Remember the conversation I was having with you off screen when I was talking about when we do stuff like Relentless and Friday Night Blaze. where I said about normally the people in the stream with us are psychopaths for all intents and purposes on those two shows, basically.
Mhm.
Because, like, to a certain extent, that's the reason why we click so much in those shows for all intents and purposes, and why everything falls together in those shows. For the fact that everybody in those shows are pretty much all psychopaths to certain various degrees. Like, to a certain extent, I'd probably be at the far end of the spectrum, all the way at the end, where like okay, Tico's probably going to murder somebody tonight, and we're probably going to find somebody to get him bail. Like, typically stuff like that, whereas you got like hidden at the far beginning, like the far beginning spectrums, like the other side, basically, where it's like it's very, very mild, or it's noticeable but not very noticeable. Then you got people in the middle, like you're starting to edge more towards me, whereas Wind is actually smack dab in the middle. It's typically how it works. Then you also have various people that that grace the streams that fit in based on their personalities or the fact that they're class clowns. Like I said, even Psyche Soap to a
Mega
certain
Man. Yeah.
so even Psyche Soap to a certain extent falls between hidden and MGTOW and the Wind when it comes on the spectrum. Whereas like you fall between Wind and me on the spectrum. And then you also have like various other people that join the stream that falls anywhere in between. You got the class clowns and the people who pitch in doing various other things for all intents and purposes. And that's typically how you get those streams to be the way it is.
Like happy families.
Yeah, basically.
Exactly. That's what I was messaging BillyTheGoat about that. I was like, we all keep each other safe.
Yeah, literally.
by
Like
being very dangerous.
Literally. And the sad part about that is when you get to streams like this one, Bleeding Edge Red Pill, it's a different feel, a different vibe, and everybody has a different vibe or a different feel about them. It's not like it's not like the Seven Psychopaths like the movie, like as far as like it would be for like Friday Night Blaze or Relentless or Savages when it was a show on the channel. So it's one of those things where like you find out it's like this one is like the dire opposite of those shows. It's typically one of those things where it's like it's normal and it's like more formal, even though we can still joke and cuss and do all this other craziness. It's still jokey and still formal, and it's all about like knowledge at this point. So it's like one of those things where it's like a lot of the people in the Manosphere will want to be more a part of this one than they will want to be a part of, Friday Night Blaze or Table Flip or, Relentless or, shit like that, because it can go those shows can go anywhere, everywhere, and it can go any which way, sideways, up, down, left, right, basically. BABA select star if you want to go there. But yeah, it's one of those things where those shows go all over the place, and it's like you never know where we're going to go next. Where this one, it's like it's more structure, but it's like casual wear basically, or your casual wear, Friday casual wear, where like you show up basically and you bring your bear with you, and like we just shoot the breeze, but we don't go too crazy with it. We don't go like crazy locker room talk with it for all intents and purposes. The best way to describe it. So this is typically why you see the differences in the stream from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum. And I usually pick people based on how they would adapt to the stream and how well they actually mesh in the stream for all intents and purposes, and how well their personalities collide or go together. Like I ain't got no problem with putting people on the stream that hate each other. I've done it multiple times. I've done it so many times it's ridiculous. Like, and I don't really think too much about it. And I always think, well, fuck it, good content. That's exactly my thoughts on it. It's like, I don't care if you hate that person. I don't care if you're a Clippy, you're a Blood, and he just shot at your neighborhood last week. You're going to get in the stream with me. And that's typically how it works. Because I'm very sadistic when it comes to stuff like that, to be honest with you.
Well, in a way, isn't disorder
the host for Blind Date? You would have loved it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
In a way, isn't disorder sort of like isn't finding a place where you actually fit in, like given your mental state? Like, can somebody like actually have quote unquote a disorder and be totally high functioning?
And to answer Sweetheart's question, yes, you do come on Friday Night Blaze. You actually fit somewhere in that spectrum too. You're actually, I would say you'd be at the beginning of the spectrum with him.
Like No Sweetheart, because he's like, hey, did y'all ever just like train in the house randomly? You're typically at the beginning of the spectrum with Hidden.
You're probably more towards the beginning than Hidden is, for all intents and purposes. Even though Hidden tried to play it off like he's normal. No, he's a psychopath too. You're just as much of a you're not as much of a psychopath as Hidden, but you're there. You're at the beginning of the spectrum for all intents and purposes. Especially that one stream where the one dude came in with a manly load, and me and Yam, and he was trying to
you just
divide
kind of
everybody in the
handled. You said
stream.
you are a faggot. That's what you
Like
said.
you ain't gonna be pulling this gangster shit on the stream on social media like this. Like
You're
yeah,
like,
that
I'm
shit
not gonna
right there
talk
is
tough to you.
gangster. That shit is real gangster. Your ass is so your ass ain't got no room to talk. And Manly Low can actually co-sign on that shit. He was there.
I was there.
Sounded like a pimp from Poughkeepsie. No, sweetheart, a pimp named Slipback.
Well, and it's not just said lightly, because I mean, like, if anybody has any sort of like problems or I guess social issues when it comes to dealing with other people, it's like you can definitely take things out of like I don't want to say take things out of like the narcissist handbook or whatever, or take things from like the psychopath handbook, but definitely there's certain ways that people are like proficient in social interactions, and they kind of do it almost in like a compulsive way. So I mean, but it's like, yeah, if you have some sort of like deficiencies, but studying how other people's minds work would be a great start into gaining more perspective on your situation specifically. I'm just saying that as like to go along with what we're talking about.
And typically, when I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because typically, like there's things, as long as you can control that psychopath within you, you'll be okay. As long as you're not like going in like just offing people in society, you'll be perfectly fine. The problem, because like typically when I say I'm actually at the far end of the spectrum, what I mean by that is there is a high chance where I can go off the deep end, but the chance of me going off the deep end are very slim to none when it comes to it. However, the reason why I'm at the far end of the spectrum, because you have to better understand my personality. My personality typically is I'm a very shy and a very introverted person. So typically to offset my introvertness in a stream, I have to actually employ something like that personality to basically be able to participate in the stream, because I'll sit there the whole entire time in the stream and just look stupid. Like I ain't got nothing to say. Because that's typically who I am in real life, for all intents and purposes. If I ain't got nothing to say, I ain't got nothing to say. If I ain't got nothing to elaborate on it, I'm not going to say anything. And it's typically one of those things where, like, I try to stay to myself. But the sad part about that, when you're in a social setting, people see that as weird or off-putting when you don't have anything to say. So typically, what happens with that?
Well, they don't like being learned, and when a person's talking, usually they're not learning, so they think they take your silence as you're just full on observing,
or you're disrespectful, or you're not really participating in the conversation, or you're a stick in the mud. So typically that psychopath tendency in me tends to be my offset to my my introvertness and my shyness, to actually be able to fit in with everybody around me for all intents and purposes. So it's not saying that I'll go out and kill a bunch of people. No, that's not going to happen, unless the government pays me to, and they pay me a pretty penny. But it's one of those things where it's basically a part of my personality, and it basically goes with my on-off switch that I always talk about, on switch, off switch that I usually have, where I can just go straight like turn off the switch in a heartbeat, and I go straight emotionless, or like just do things like a machine for all intents and purposes, or be in like a machine-like state. No emotions, just go through with the motions, basically. That's what I mean by that. And the sad part about that is the rest of the people, they're either like that because they're the life of the party, or they're used to being out there and brash and rash, basically. And some of them actually developed it after hanging out with me for a long period of time, over periods of time. So it's one of those things where it's kind of sort of rubbed off on them, and you see it in their personality now.
Yeah,
is the best way to describe it. Go ahead,
I think
Billy.
Balance is a key word here, really. I mean, you're like the dark side and the light side. You want to be somewhere in between. You don't want to be goody two shoes, holier than thou, and at the same time, you don't want to be the spawn of the devil. So it's that kind of balance of being a nice guy and being an arsehole when need be. And then I'd like to add a little from Uncle Ben would say, those who know about Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. I mean, this is kind of like why I'm learning so much, or I try to learn as much as I can about psychology and philosophy, is for self-protection. This is the essential reason why
that's what I was trying to say.
I got into it.
Didn't come out right.
And that kind of, I mean, I don't know, who was it that nicknamed me the cerebral assassin? It was like, fuck off, man. You know, but at the same time,
yeah, I got nicknamed that too, so don't feel bad.
Well, yeah, so at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah, well, you know, it's like having this knowledge makes us dangerous to an extent. And we see this again in the general community where the media is trying to censor the truth because the truth is threatened, where it's dangerous to those who are trying to get away with what they're doing. You know, you're calling them out. So we are all in that kind of category of, because the more we learn, the more of a problem we can generally become if we chose to be one.
Right.
Yeah. Now, whether or not you're going to choose to be a problem or you're just doing it as a precaution, you know, that's another. But this is where it's. I think we will all agree it's generally good to know, you know, to better fortify and be prepared for whatever reason may come around.
The sad part about that, to actually comment on what you just said, Seeker, I actually do sometimes have a halo effect. Exactly. If you ever meet me in person, I do have this halo effect every now and again. I will actually admit to that.
Oh, it's like the cat in that animation. What's that? Puss, I think it's called, the character Puss.
Puss in Boots.
Puss
Yeah,
in Boots. Yeah,
basically, yeah, that's me. That's pretty much me in a nutshell, right there.
Antonio Banderas.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something like narcissists will do. Is when you first encounter the narcissist, they're on good behavior. They're like the butter that melts in your mouth. I mean, they're presenting the wounded child, and they're appealing to your caretaking personality. So you look at the narcissist as someone in need. So you reach in. I think Sam Vaknin described this. So when you meet the narcissist, you see that kind of wounded child, and they're very open. They're going to be telling you all their kind of history to pull at your heartstrings, so that you get drawn in as a savior, because a lot of people have this kind of savior complex. Really, you're trying to save yourself, really, but you see someone else in need of your help, so you reach in, and the narcissist then grabs your wrist, and you're now, you know, you're trapped. That's the setup for the trap.
True. I am not exposed. This guy. He always got jokes. And yeah, it says the narcissist. Wind. I can be nice if I want. Yeah, right, my ass. Yeah, the certain people that you know and love, that's about it. Outside of that, you're an asshole. Just like me. Yeah, I gotta ruin the thought.
It's like Bilbo Baggins.
I know, right?
Oh, Bilbo.
Right?
Not Bilbo. How he grabs Frodo's wrist.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, sweet old man, couldn't hurt a fly. Minding his own business.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't they make a match made in heaven then, like Narcissist Cluster B, or is that just
Saver complex? People with Saver complex, yeah.
Yeah.
Typically, and what I've noticed is typically a lot of those people with Saver complex have the Caesar Borgia. I refer to it as Caesar Borgia victim savior complex. So they basically feel like victims themselves. So they typically, it's basically like a good example of that is if you were to lose your mom.
Well, like I said, high threshold for pain.
Well, no, if you were to lose your mom, basically, and another person that you met that you go to school with lost their mom, typically you're going to be drawn together because you have a common loss, basically, and you somewhat can understand each other better. So typically, you feed off of each other because you know what each other went through or are going through, for all intents and purposes, which makes it like one of those things. Like I had a niece, basically, who actually had a boyfriend. They ended up being boyfriend girlfriend who had lost his mother, and she had lost her mother. So what happens with that is it ends up being one of those things where like they were drawn together based on a shared traumatic experience. So now they were both each other's savior and victim at the same time. So they were a victim and they were each other's savior at the same time.
Yeah, like they both just want their grandmother back, but they'll like
you mean her
deal
mother?
with each other.
They both wanted their mother back. Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's one of those things where like you end up in that mess and like, because I remember I made a joke about how you gonna be a wiry kid named Adonis. There you go. Well, and then I said my niece moved on to a better boyfriend, so I'm not even worried about it now. It's like, but yeah, there was a wiry kid. His name was Adonis. But you know, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, they were drawn together based on their shared loss or their shared experience, basically. So it's one of those things where it really wasn't a healthy relationship. It was basically coping. It was like a big coping mechanism for both of them. So they basically grew together and kind of sort of grew together, basically. Luckily, he fucked up. Like I kind of figured he would, and I seen that he would, and I told her that he was going to fuck up. She didn't believe me, but it ended up happening. She goes, "You were right, Uncle Tico." And what happened with that is that she basically caught him out at the club, basically, with another woman, all hugged up on another woman. And this fool. No, I'm sorry, no, wrong story. Basically, the club one was like pretty explainable. But what had happened was he had gave her a key to his new apartment, and she had went over his apartment, and he was all hugged up on this girl in his apartment, basically. And she opened the door, and this fool, like a dumbass, stood up all shocked and looking like, "Oh yeah, what's up, baby? You know this and the other. What's up?" But, you know, like nigga, you caught. Like nigga, you caught. Let it go. So it's one of those things where like I'm glad she moved on to bigger, better things. But I told her that was going to happen.
I like they
Amanley, you want to weigh in on this stuff here?
Or too mig.
This is more of a learning experience, to be fair. I mean,
Shinobi one finally showed up.
there was one.
Apparently, he just got his parking placard and his chair with Shinobi one written on it too. Just mess with you.
Bumper stickers, my brothers.
His parking
space.
Hello, my brothers,
and
welcome to a brand new day.
Yeah, we're talking about relationships. We're talking about relationships and coping, and narcissism, and
yes,
and narcissism as well. So, anytime you want to chime in.
Well, I know a lot about this narcissism. I happen to be a human, just like the rest of you.
You sure you're not an alien with a tinfoil hood?
That is just my deep cover, my brother. So that dots were destroyed.
I'm still going to make me a tinfoil hood just so I can be simple on the streams. You ever get one made for me?
That'll be nice, yeah.
That's the 21st century fashion. The tinfoil skull cap has gone out and lost its way. It's the tinfoil hood today.
Nice.
Narcissism.
Anybody want to go? We can't be having silence here. Gotta keep it moving.
Yeah. It's not a good thing to say.
What you say? Did you see a hot girl? Yeah, damn. Like, what the hell? Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of things that come in. There's a lot of things in my mind state when I come to these streams. Like, a lot of it is just decompressing from work. But then so then, you know, you get a lot of just, you know, a lot of silence. But then sometimes I can have like a profound thought or two. I try not to go for it. I try just to listen more. Like I get kind of like seafood sometimes, where I just feel like listening to what people are saying.
Gotcha.
Yes, two or more profound thoughts can destroy a simple mind. Keep it to a minimum of one a day, I would say.
True.
True.
About that
Very.
narcissism, I often rewatch my own videos just to see how good I am. I remember Tico talking about this once, that if you watch your own videos, you have the heart of a narcissist.
True. That's typically why I don't watch my videos unless somebody says something. Tico, you fucked up right here. Or you didn't say something right. Like typically, the only time I watch my own videos if somebody's in my comment section saying, "Well, you didn't mention this," and I'm like, "Wait a minute, I swear I mentioned that," and I'll go back and I swear I did, and I'll go back and find it. Then I'll listen to it. I go, "This nigga wasn't paying attention to the video. Shut up!" Like, and typically I end up finding out I did say it. So that's the only time I actually watch my streams back, or any time I actually watch anything I do. I
mean,
typically just let it fly. I pretty much just let it fly, ride and fly, basically.
you have to weigh it with other. You can't just have like one characteristic and be like, right there, you have a narcissist. I think in the DSM there are 9 traits, and you need 5 of them before you get a diagnosis of narcissism.
Yeah. But typically, what I was saying, actually, I did elaborate on that too, and say more. There's more to that than just that. But typically, it's one of those things where it's like, now if you watch your videos and like your own videos and think you did a good job, and if you don't see any flaws in what you did, then that's what I actually elaborate on. If you watch your videos, like your videos, and don't see any flaws in anything you did, or don't see any changes that you need to make in your videos or how you deliver or anything you do, then yes, you're a narcissist at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it also depends on intent, which is hard to kind of quantify, because it's like,
it's hard to nail down.
I mean, you could play back every episode you've ever recorded, like a live stream, with the intention of like you're just double checking, make sure your audio is okay. So you're just watching a couple of it, but on paper you're looking at every episode. So someone might say to you, "Well, you seem to be a narcissist. You're watching all your episodes." Whereas you might have someone who's watching it and they're feeding from that it's feeding into their ego, and they're getting that kind of gratification from it. They're not really checking to see if their audio is all right, or if their pronunciation is correct. So it's that kind of, what is the objective behind that behavior? That is what you're trying to really to pick up on, in order to then be able to say that person is behaving in a narcissistic kind of way.
I understand.
It's like authenticity as well, you know. So if you're playing back your videos because you're checking to see if your chickens are behaving properly in the background, you know, there's no problem with that.
Once you take on the persona, sometimes words flow out without meaning or too much meaning, and I must rewatch it to learn myself what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like when you're speaking from the heart, sometimes you don't really remember everything you said.
Yeah, I mean, what Shinobi just said there, I mean, I wouldn't say, because you just said that you're listening back to see what you're saying. You didn't give an answer like, I'm replaying it so that I can feel good about myself.
Yeah.
Or so that I can like chuff to myself and stroke my ego. You're playing back just to make sure you're how many times you're swearing, or if you're talking to the camera kind of thing. So I mean, I'm not going to be trying to like pick people there and be like, you sound like a narcissist. But I'm just saying.
Well, no, it's one of those things. Is what he's basically, what BillyTheGoat's trying to say, is basically one of those things where it's like, if you play football or play any sports, you basically go back and look at the film to see where you fucked up at, so you can improve upon it or make it better. Or You could be one of those guys, or you could go back and look at it and recheck out your dunk to see how cool your dunk was.
Yeah.
That's the fundamental difference between the two, basically. So
And
it's one of those things where it's like you say it, but we know you're joking about it.
Yeah.
So typically it's one of those things where it's like, well, it's Shinobi one, so we know he's joking about going back and looking at his videos to see how cool he was. Typically, and the sad part about that is like, despite the fact that I'm a very cocky person, I do get self-conscious about certain videos because I've already talked about this before when it comes to like my angry videos. Because typically I get people in my emails that'll say some very, very off the wall crap to me about my angry videos that, normally you would think like, well, that turns you on and you do all this stuff. How? And you have a shrine to me, what? Or you want to do what to me? Or what? Like, so it's one of those things where it's like, you get more people watching your videos because you're angry and there's drama going on and you're angry. And the sad part about that is that what I notice is those videos take off and get like very quick views for all intents and purposes, and everybody's drawn to it. And it's one of those things where it's like, what is the reason that they're drawn to it? Why are they drawn to it? What attracts them to those videos when I do those videos? And the sad part about that, those are the videos where I usually get very self-conscious on. So when I do an angry video, just know that I'm very self-conscious as I'm doing those videos because I know I got certain people who like me to do angry videos and they like me to see me that way because they get like a sexual release or it's like a sexual fetish to them for all intents and purposes. Or it makes them more attracted to me for all intents and purposes because I got some crazy emails that it's just crazy. But yeah, it's typically one of those things where it's like, so I'm very self-conscious when I do angry videos for that reason. Despite the fact that it sounds like it's free-flowing, I'm very self-conscious and I tend to choose my words very wisely when I do angry videos. Is the best way to describe it.
For a bit of reassurance for anyone who might be questioning themselves, like, well, am I being narcissistic during at any point? I mean, if you're checking previous work or like live streams to see how you've been behaving, if you're checking with the concern, that is I would think is kind of like a positive sort of thing because you're keeping a check on yourself. You're trying to keep making sure that you haven't been unreasonable in some kind of way. Whereas,
if you're checking it to see if you're being like undermined secretly by the other people,
or maybe if other people are saying something as well, and you're just essentially just checking it. It's kind of like that. With narcissism, it's that fine line of and this is one of the ways that they can appear like regular, ordinary people is because they're walking that fine line of where it's plausible. Like, well, maybe maybe they were behaving in that way for good reason, but it comes back to that kind of intent and actual objective. Like a narcissist wouldn't be aware because they don't have that self-awareness that when they're checking the videos that they're actually feeling, they'll just feel good for watching. They'll just do that behavior, and at the end, they'll feel fueled up. They've been feeding, they've been getting that supply from whatever activity they've been doing. Whereas someone who is self-reflecting and looking back, contemplating, or maybe I was a bit loud, maybe I was a bit harsh, maybe I was a bit vulgar or whatnot. You're self-reflecting, you're putting checks on yourself, you're setting boundaries. So those would not really be a narcissist's way of conducting themselves.
Well, could you say that a good way to figure out who and who isn't a narcissist would be that they do not self-deprecate, they do not joke upon themselves, and it is too serious, much too serious.
Yes,
very serious.
That is a way you can spot. Make a joke at if you've got a partner, say, make a joke at their expense and see how they handle it.
Well, here's what I do. I like to light a candle, play one of my videos, and get the lotion out for my hands and just have a
Oh,
little
good
mess
Lord.
around as I watch myself.
Wow.
Shinobi,
what is crazy for that shit?
Yeah, that's totally normal. Don't worry
Yeah,
about
no,
that.
that's fine.
I would have never thought to say
Very
something
I do
like
that
that,
too.
man.
I'm
That's
not
a good
gonna lie. I
one.
do that too every now and again. You know, I just
I was
Want to make sure you got your hands
myself a little
moisturized.
bit.
Right?
I was doing that at 5.
Totally normal. Totally positive associations. You know, positive associative behavior.
But
This is good stuff.
then again, my brothers, I do have the motivational speeches, and I watch those for a different reason. I prefer my version as opposed to Hitler's version.
I did tell Duzays once. I said like everybody who comes onto the Tico sphere is normal. You may have dictator level charisma, but you're a normal person. Just like everybody else.
True story. You have dictator level charisma, but you're a normal person. True story. Like the one time when Yam ran away with the whole fucking stream and shit like that, and then try to bitch slap me the whole entire stream. Like, yeah, Tico, we'll take what you say with a grain of salt. I'm like, this little motherfucker over here. Like,
Oh yeah, don't give me a power because I will
right?
abuse that.
Never give Yam power.
Well, that is a stream that you should rewatch, Brother Yam, because I like it when you take control and run away with the stream.
Oh yeah.
I think everybody does.
This young man is one hidden gem.
Definitely. Yeah,
Well,
every now and again, Yam can get kind of narcissistic on his stream. Like, okay, Yam, I'll let you have power for the stream. Nobody asked you to run away with the fucking stream. Nobody asked you to.
My idols are like people like Tico, Amazing Lucas. If you guys know who that is, Amazing Lucas.
I am not your idol. No, get out of here.
Well, no, not really. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Amazing Lucas. He is just like, I don't even know. He's just so composed, and then he's just like, I'm the shit all the time, and I just I want to. Sometimes I'm like, I want to be Amazing Lucas. Sorry, that was really random. I don't know why I said that, but he's like he has this whole like the patriot archetype, like because he has like liberal Lucas and then patriot Lucas. So he's kind of like split personalities. And it's like when he's patriot, he's like super charismatic, super like all full of himself and stuff. And it's just like it's funny. It's funny that you mentioned that because that's like what I wish I was more of the time. But a lot of times I'm just like kind of like really agreeable. Or like when you watch me like the Friday Night Blazes. Like I'm like the most agreeable person on the planet, and then when we get into like a forum, then I'm like just flamethrowing people, like just calling people out, and then telling them that they're not shit, or like just throwing shots at them, like trying to be subliminal, but really not being subliminal at all. So I listen to those backlisters.
I think the one thing you lack is the crazy laugh. Then you would be less agreeable. You need to perfect the crazy laugh. It is what makes people wonderful.
That was like
the Tico channel, Chin channel have nothing to say, Your Honor. We're going to say no comment. We plead the fifth.
like Shinobi once today was like. That
was the best laugh ever. I was cracking up.
It was like a chicken. It was like
cracking up.
Laugh. You know the horror movie.
It was amazing.
That was a good laugh. I was cracking up when he did that.
You know, but I digress.
So the way I tried to perfect that laugh, it is the running out of breath laugh. You have to be laughing with no breath in your lungs.
Gotcha.
Tico, I think, has perfected the laugh.
That's the joke.
That's the one where I was cracking up. That's the one where I was cracking up at the one video in Friday Night Blaze. You see me laughing at Money AD and shit like that. Yeah, that's that laugh.
It's a good laugh, dude. Like
I was on the floor weak. I was cracking up on the floor like this motherfucker.
That's a strength. Yeah, like some people laugh like like some people
that's when you know shit is really funny to me. When I start laughing like that, like I got my normal laugh, and then there's that laugh. Like Money AD was a nut.
Yeah, I was laughing my ass off in that stream too.
Like he up there with the chicken and with the gun and the
Well, like you said,
$200.
like what Shinobi was saying. It's like people who laugh like that, either that like and can do that about themselves and other people, and never like aren't too serious. Those
Mhm.
people aren't really, aren't kind of not as narcissistic at times because they're not as serious. Like a narcissistic person can be very serious. Then again, a narcissist can be very joking
Yeah, they can be.
too
It depends
because
on the narcissist.
they be trying to because they like to razz people like a narcissist who's really jokey, always trying to like lighten the mood when really there's some serious manipulation happening, but they're trying to lighten it up with some jokes.
Yeah, because the sad part about that is like I typically I'll always approach it from laugh at my pain. Because typically when I tell a story, that's when typically people start laughing at me. Like, no, I'm being dead serious. Like, yeah, no, that's why it's funny, Tico. Because it's serious, and you're dead serious about it. And, like, it's funny. Like, okay, I guess so, but I'm trying to tell the story right now. It's like, so typically a lot of the laughter that I get typically comes from me being honest and me being truthful about myself, and then telling the story. Like the one time when I told the story about Talia in the airport, everybody was on the floor rolling. I was like, no, I'm being dead serious. She really did beat up a feminist lady. She beat the shit out of a feminist lady and kicked her in the face while she was down. Like, my 12-year-old literally tried to kill a feminist for slapping her in the face. Like,
Well, with laughter, it's
like,
really just about who you're, because there's times that you could like laugh hysterically to yourself and be totally entertained.
mhm.
There's times where you like laugh to yourself and feel embarrassed that you laugh, like, oh my
Yeah,
god, I just watched that video. And then there's those similar times in public or with groups of friends where like you're laughing at someone else's expense. Now we laugh at each other's expense all the time, but we like each other. But
Yeah.
like when it
At
comes
least
to
we
other
pretend to.
people,
I'm just kidding. No.
yeah, oh yeah, it's not really
Stop.
like
No, I'm
that.
just joking
All
with you.
right, speaking of
I had
which,
to throw shade on you.
outros.
I had to throw shade on you real
it's
quick.
okay. I know we're joking and everything, but I mean, we're talking about feeling secure. So when you're able to laugh at yourself, you're secure enough in yourself to be able to
Yeah,
take the joke. You know, I
definitely.
mean, it's a sign of someone who's healthy if they're able to find themselves amusing. I mean, life is kind of amusing in a funny
Well, the
roundabout sort
fuel
of
that
way.
I feel that I was saying that was when it came to what Shinobi once said. It's like the fuel that I get is from laughing at how like dumb I sound, or how like wow, I'm really just saying the most outrageous stuff, and it's the fact that I wasn't really cognizant of how outrageous it was when I was producing it. Then now watching it, it's like I'm like, man, I'm so goofy, or like, or that's wrong. What I said in that was physically wrong, and then
Yeah.
like now I got to make a follow up, and then
Now,
it's
now,
just
now, I will admit this. I will admit this. The funniest, Baron and say this was the one where you were just rattling off some crazy shit, and I'm just reining you in all casually, like you ain't saying crazy shit to me, basically.
I forget what
I was sitting
maybe
there.
it was the
It was
perception of
like you were the
reality
funny
one.
man, and I was the serious man, basically. I was the straight man, and you were the funny man, basically. And I'm sitting there reining your craziness in as I'm being serious about it, like you ain't going over to going off crazy, basically. And it's like it was one of those things. I'm sitting there watching that one, and I'm sitting there busting out laughing, like, Yam is a trip. He just went off the deep end.
Well, I'm like a
And I'm
kid
all
that's
calm and
testing
cool
out like a
about it, like
new
he ain't going off the deep end
flamethrower.
over there.
It's like sometimes I get too excited about like finding something out, so then I'll just be like go crazy with it, and then somebody has to be like, all right, stop beating that person, stop beating that person into the ground, please stop,
Oh yeah, because
don't kill him,
well that
please.
typically it's not this is typically where you actually start seeing Yam's psychopathic tendencies. Like when we start talking about a certain topic, and he starts harping on this topic, and it's like he's just kicking a person and stomping a person while they're down. Basically, I'm like, okay, Yam. I'm like behind the scenes, like, okay, Yam, he's dead. Yeah, Yam, he's on. Yam, let it go. Quit, Yam, quit pistol whipping the guy. Yam.
I think it is really just
Well,
being on
this is the
another
type of
person's
laughter
channel.
that Tico uses all the time. The type of
Which,
laughter that is a full stop, when you laugh at the end of your sentence and it signifies that you're finished and now it is time for other people to be funny.
yeah, and it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, no, yeah, you got to stop. You really got to stop pimping. It's like this is going to be like assault and murder after a while. Like we're going to get charged for like murder if you keep this up. That's how bad you're going in on this person.
Oh yeah, I mean, and we also have, I think, also have like the whole element of catharsis. It's like why certain people will choose to go down that really destructive path is because it relieves a lot of stress.
Well, Robin Williams and many comedians.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Often
'Cause-
comedians
Yes,
tend to be
well,
the
they'll
most.
use it as a coping mechanism.
Yeah, typically a lot of comedians tend to be depressed in real life for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
It's usually how it works.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Well, so
Stuff
we've
that's not-
tackled laughter. What was the next sign of the narcissist or the non-narcissist?
Well, the thing about with narcissists, because before we move on, with the narcissist, they can't handle a joke because you know it's chipping away at that false
Ego or
narrative
facade.
ego. Yeah. And the thing is, sometimes from someone else's point of view, they might not even be trying to make a joke, but the narcissist has perceived it as an injury. I'll give an
Yeah.
example where my ex, I've got loads of stories about my ex, so don't be surprised. Right?
Shots
You
fired
got-
on his ex.
She used to
What's your
love.
number?
She used to love Ribena. You know Ribena, the blackcurrant drink.
Mhm.
And when she was pregnant, I mean, her belly would be always twitching inside, and when our kid came out, it's like our kid was full of beans. So I made this remark, and it wasn't particularly made to be funny, but I was like, "Oh, it's like our kid because of all that
Took after
Ribena."
you.
Yeah, our kid's like got the Ribena berry, like woo, kind of, you know. She's
Oh, I
so
know what you're talking about
excited.
now. I know what you're talking about exactly now. Yeah.
After I made that comment, my ex stopped drinking Ribena, and it was just like, it was so profound. It's just kind of like, you know, and I'll be like, you want me to buy some Ribena next time we go shopping? No, don't buy any more Ribena. And I was like, I was only joking before about the Ribena berry. You know, I'm not making a criticism, but nah, she still took it as a criticism. So from then on, no more Ribena. You know.
Well, that
So
would be it. When you have to mention "I'm only joking" is when you know that you're talking to someone who's suffering from the unlaughable diagnosis.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You know, and the more you laugh, the more injury you're gonna cause, because it's like, you're laughing at me. You know.
We're all gonna laugh at you. We're all gonna laugh at you. Yes, we are. Yes, yes, yes. Stop.
Yeah, I think it's like there's a fear of being exposed that would make it so that too many people laughing would be a bad thing, but just enough people laughing is enough to like. Well, then there's a difference between covert narcissism and narcissism. Because if you're trying to blend in, I guess that would actually compound that level of insecurity when it comes to like laughing at oneself.
But she made the choice, because she clearly enjoyed drinking Ribena for however many years, you know, probably most of her life, and the moment a slight joke was made, she ended up deciding, well, she's gonna deprive herself of that luxury or that enjoyment, and probably had resentment towards me as a result, going forward, all because of the Ribena berry. Yeah. So
True.
that's the kind of
Reflecting
level
on it, it is
can happen.
exceedingly funny that.
Well, I thought it was funny. That's why I made it.
Yeah, I know, right? That's it. I thought it was funny.
Especially
And the
because
thing
they
is-
proved that Ribena had no nutritional value in it, and it was just a sugary drink.
You know,
Well,
I
I
thought
mean,
it's
that was
kinda cute
like
as well.
I guess that makes you think about what I was going to say when it comes to like if you're addicted to something and someone, I guess, suggests that you stop, you may stop out of fear of being rejected, but then you will have resentment for those sponsors that
Well, it's
try
not.
to keep you.
Well, no, it's not that. It's more or less the fact that it's not if nobody says you should stop. It's more or less the fact that if you make a funny, harmless joke about it, that's typically when people actually stop doing something for the fact that now you just punched your ego in the stomach, basically.
Yeah.
Right,
And then you
right,
enter
right.
that kind of realm of like you're walking on eggshells now, because now you don't know what the hell what you could say could cause an injury. You know, you can make you could say, oh, it's a rainy day today, and then they start getting upset because for some reason they internalized it as you're making fun of them.
Well, in this day and age, we have like trolls and doxers and people who like who will say stuff in order to like get you to emote, and then they'll kind of use this similar tactics, and they'll say like, well, they'll try to tell you have a problem and stuff like that, or
Well, apparently, according to some people in the comment section and somebody in Discord, somebody told me that I have 2 trolls in my comment section, and it didn't work out too well for them. Apparently, they're gone now. So,
Well, how about the SJW menaces? They must be a social menace being a narcissist. You know, they cannot take jokes. They can only cancel jokes. Cancel culture would be a definitive sign that these people are all about themselves.
I would have to sit back and analyze that too, because like political correctness is the thing that I guess kills arousal and like sex drive in general, and I think that's part. I guess that's like part of like laughing and being playful is like this potential for something else, and then when you cancel something, you basically it's like a safe word. Basically, stop all fun. Or like stop all nuance, like what's happened to these celebrities that got canceled. They're not allowed to do their passion anymore, acting. They're not really allowed to have their own opinion, so they kind of are now just puppeting or being a puppet and having no fun doing it, which is really sad. But it's because they live in that web of Hollywood where it's like anything you say is like gospel or is evil. Depending on how people feel that day.
On the comedians. And when someone has a comedian as a husband or a wife, would you say that perhaps the partner could be covering their narcissistic behaviors by having such a comedian as their other half?
That's interesting, because I mean, not a lot of comedians who are MGTOW.
One comedian that took the rope because his partner did not allow him to be fully himself once she divorced him and raped away his kids. Raped away, should I say.
That sucks.
We all know the terrible tale of Robbie Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True.
And he was a very funny man.
He definitely was. I will give you that. He definitely was.
I guess since it's kind of like a lull, I mean, how do you guys think, since we're talking about liberals, how do you think like codependence feeds into narcissism, and I guess or like it kind of like cloaks narcissism, because it's like you're like, oh, I'm doing everything for one person or because of another person, so you can't really say that what I'm doing is all for me.
Well, the codependent enables. Well, after time, the codependent starts to pick up the narcissistic traits. They've got poor boundaries already before they even enter the relationship. Because if they had boundaries, they wouldn't have got into that relationship. So their esteem gets chipped away more and more. They lose themselves more and more and more. They identify as the narcissist. And in the world of the narcissist, there is only one. So the codependent eventually ceases to exist. It's that trade and exchange.
So can you like label somebody a narcissist, but they're really we're just a codependent person of a narcissist, but then they are like an animal of that narcissist now. So they're not even actually a person, but you're calling them a narcissist who actually has to be a person in order to be full of themselves. It's not like
Did you just describe all of Hollywood?
It gets a bit true. I mean,
right? I just realized that too. I was like, are you throwing shade at everybody in the stream right now? Like yourself? Like, I'm putting a lot
No,
of
I've
shade
been like,
right
I'm
now.
not. I'm not. But I'm just joking, guys. Guys, you
Like the
guys can't
shade
take
is
it serious.
real.
You guys
The
can't talk
shade is
stupid.
real.
No, I'm literally. I actually am not referring to you guys at all. It's just has a. People have a weird way of hooking up. So then, if you're feeling like you're being attacked by a narcissist, maybe that person is just a husk of who's somebody who's puppeting them.
Well, look at the blue pill synth, who is sometimes called a mangina, and they're defending the feminism.
Mhm.
So we kind of like say to them, or look at them, and be like, look, man, like grow a spine, get some balls. Like you're picking up so many feminist traits, you're losing yourself. And they're immediately going to go on defense and deny, and in a slight unfortunate way, that kind of pushes them further into the feminist arms. So
Like you were saying about truth, like when people just want to run away from it, they run further into that ideology, and then it just consumes them.
yeah, well, it's like you know how like they're drinking the Kool-Aid. So if
Yeah.
you point out to them that the Kool-Aid is, I don't know, like engine oil or something toxic that you don't really want to be drinking, maybe this ain't a good analogy, but they if you're not careful, they'll drink even more Kool-Aid than they did before, to kind of like try and prove a point. Like, no, this ain't engine oil. This is definitely Kool-Aid. Watch me guzzle this whole gallon down.
Yeah, they literally will do something like that too. That's the sad part about that.
Look at doubling down.
Yeah, doubling down. Yeah, digging your heels in. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So really, if we want to kind of, it's like we all know that you can't really wake up a blue pill. You need to find the red pill. The red pill finds you. I mean, what that is saying is that basically, you got. Well, it's kind of like they haven't incurred enough pain yet. They need to find out for themselves, and need that reason to want to wake up. Where we go back to that mortification, where their reality or narrative has collapsed. So trying to help a blue pill, if you're not careful, trying to wake them up, you'll make it worse for them. You'll make it harder for them to actually wake up in the end. You've got to let it run its course.
I can get behind
And
that
so
one.
that would be one end of the spectrum, that would
What
be
if it's
the
on the
lower
spectrum?
end
Yeah,
of
I
the
was gonna say,
spectrum, the
what if a
enabler
blue pill
and the
thinks red
enabled.
pill people are narcissistic?
And that's typically how it works. Is they pretty much that's pretty much their guilting point. Because at the end of
Right.
the day, you also got to take consideration too. Like, well, why are you saving your money for yourself? Why aren't you spending your money on a woman? Why aren't you in a relationship? Why aren't you spending your money on a woman and buying her nice things? Basically, you're a narcissist to them for not spending money on
Exactly. That's
another
what
one of
that's
their
what I was getting at.
sisters.
Immediately you're already dealing with deflection. They're mirroring. They're trying to blame shift it and put it on you. And
True story.
what you could kind of say, well, one, you could say, well, yeah, you're entitled to think that. Your opinion of me is none of my business. If you want to think I'm an arsehole, then fine. I can't change your opinion. But at the end of the
Shit.
day,
Don't tell me that. Shit.
yeah.
I'll get an orgasm. You're an asshole, Tico. Ooh, thanks.
Well, if
Well,
Kind of like when you guys told me that
you're a really kind individual, I think you're lovely. It's like, yeah, you're entitled to think that if you want. I should know me well enough to know who I am. And if we extrapolate time, we can kind of be a bit blunt and be a bit or crude and be like, well, we'll see out of the two of us which one will do better. Who's going to basically succeed in life, not to try and put it in such simplistic terms, and who's going to be like trying to rationalize and piece together some kind of narrative. It's like if you want to carry on being blue pill and you think you're actually sane for doing so, then fine, go on then. Let's see how well you do in 10, 20, 30 years time. Don't come crawling back to me.
Or like they say, like if you're willing to get rid of all your blue pill friends, that's like a narcissistic discard. Because you're just saying like I'm willing to get rid of people who aren't important to me, and just kind of like only focus on the people that like are red pilled, and they're kind of like looking at you all sideways, like, oh, you don't trust anybody, you're not. And that's kind of where it gets into the self reflection for me, because I try to think, am I becoming distrusting by trusting only evidence and facts and stuff like that, and like not giving people the time of the day, or is it
Yeah,
and
you can
if I
strike a
am, is it
balance.
a good? Can I find a balance? Exactly, that's exactly what I was going to say. If so, then there has to be some sort of way to do it that doesn't feel like worse off. Like I'm shutting myself off to something, some experience that's just out there, some amazing
Well,
experience that
I
I'm.
think, brother Yam, I think you
Apparently, according to
feel
Hidden, we're
not
all
entitled
assholes.
to
According to
the
Hidden. Thank you very much.
Wait, I kind of lost.
He
I'm
said it's a
sorry, I'm kind of
self-defense
lost.
mechanism. I'm sorry. Hidden's a goofy, but it's a self-defense mechanism.
Well,
Hashtag Hidden.
Shinobi, if you wanted to repeat that, because I didn't hear what
Sorry
you were
about that,
saying.
Shinobi One. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I
Oh
was
yeah, sorry,
hidden.
my thing
Screaming.
was roboting out. Well,
That's what he said. He's roboting out.
prior to that, before mentioned it, the word entitlement in some narcissists must think entitled to the attention, whereas you, my brother, you are not entitled. You are seeking the balance. You don't feel that you are owed balance. You are often wondering whether you are striking the right balance.
That's a great point there, Shinobi. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a nice way of looking at it.
And
Definitely.
and there would be the two tiers. There would be two tiers of narcissism. Let's say a president who is a narcissist, or maybe the pauper who is a narcissist. One enables the other, and the other feeds from the other. Thus, a not famed narcissist might seek out a comedian to get their narcissism, whereas a president might seek out to try and better blue pill simps and other lower forms of simpery to get their narcissism.
I can see that. You kind of have to have a lot of like, it's like the Twilight series. I hate to bring it up, but it's the vampires. They have to have like a good breed of, or a good stock of humans or animals in order to like survive their lifestyle, which a narcissist leads a pretty consuming heavy lifestyle, or at least a diet-based lifestyle. Otherwise, like, they have to be concerned about these kind of people being in their life. Otherwise, they won't get any supply, and they'll just be kind of like sad all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
They're not self-sustaining. So.
And you could say,
Sorry.
yes, and you could say the environment provides and enables some of these people, like a platform such as the internet would definitely enable someone to finding the simps that they need to feed their narcissism. Without such environment, it would never arise, perhaps.
I actually like that voice. That's a nice voice.
Is anyone else here?
It's like Juan 2DT.
Yeah, he's breaking up his end as well.
Yeah.
He didn't break up. I actually heard him the whole entire way. It's just a nice voice. I actually like that voice. They should use it more often. You okay over there, Shinobi One?
Was he making a point about like social media?
Yeah, he does. He sounds like a Dalek. That's what I was gonna say.
Power by the moment.
They're losing power by the moment. Yeah. So
you mean Dalek, not Daykit. Dalek.
Doctor Who Dalek.
Yeah, Dalek. Yeah, he sounds like a Dalek. Exterminate. Exterminate. That's when you know you're a dweeb, when you watch Doctor Who.
I listened to that voice for years when my old job, because the gaffer who used to drive the car for years, he used to have the Dalek voice doing the turns.
Oh wow, nice.
And his excuse was it keeps you awake when you're on long runs.
I would say so. Shit, I'd be scared of a Dalek too.
Yeah.
And they fly now. Like,
Turn left 300 yards.
you have missed your left turn. Exterminate. Exterminate. Like, can't you just say turn around? We can just turn around, can't we? Like, the heck? We ain't gotta go extreme.
Yeah, so I listened to that voice for absolute years, man.
I believe it. I can imagine.
Or the sorry to bring up what Cypher said about fickleness. One wonders how you can get into a relationship, like a long-term relationship with somebody who's fickle. But it's not shocking that it's also not shocking that it happens all the time, given like the culture and society that we live in. However, it's like if you want to protect yourself, if you want to have boundaries, there's going to be that initial phase of weeding people out of your life that's going to feel like you are fickle or you're selfish or you're, looking out for your best interest only. And it's all, I guess it's all about having balance and how you do that, because you could definitely piss somebody off or have to fight somebody, like Tico was saying, if you're just calling people out and stuff. It might, So it's
Well,
kind of
maybe
like
that
about
is
process.
the female problem. They will have a lot of dissenters and terrible people in their lives, leading them astray and down the wrong path. And they feel that they cannot burn these bridges, or that they themselves will become the people they were burning.
True. Very true. It's kind of like what I talked about in the one video where a woman can literally have a best friend that fucks her boyfriend and they're still best friends.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like you can have that whole best friend that's fucked everybody in the friend circle's man, and y'all still want to be friends with that woman. Like why?
Well, then you could definitely say that we are not born narcissists. We are created
True.
narcissists by environment only.
That
Nice.
voice, man.
That voice is lovely. That voice is lovely.
Blah,
Feels like
blah.
Sounds like I'm in a string with a Dalek. For real. Exterminate.
Bro, that's chickens.
Yeah, I mean, narcissist is a trauma, it's a defense mechanism, so it's a trauma response.
It is.
So it kind of originates at the point where the true authentic self was they divorced themselves. It wasn't able to cope with the world around them, so it was failing them. So they ended up adopting this mask, which became accepted amongst the world. So instead of investing in the true self, they invested in the false self, the mask. So as time goes on, the mask is what matures, and the true self becomes it withers away. They become further and further away from it. So there is a deep shame in a narcissist. No one will hate them more than they hate themselves. So they have extremely low self-esteem. They want nothing to do with that self, that true self.
True.
So that's another kind of identifier with someone. If you're trying to wonder if they're narcissistic, is how in tune they are with their true self. The borderline has a fragmented sense of self. Wait. Before I go into the borderline, with the narcissist, so they're often described as vampires. They're needing other people to give them a sense of self. They essentially don't have, behind the mask, no one is actually there. So sometimes they're called soulless, or they're not even a human. And in some ways, that is actually kind of true. Whereas with the borderline, they have a fragmented sense of self. There is that inner wounded child is there somewhere. It's just been fragmented into so many pieces. They don't know who they are. So that's a generalized kind of difference between the two. A narcissist has no real true self. There is no true identity. And the borderline has a confused, they don't know who they are kind of sense of self. I don't know what that noise was.
That was me.
I've kind of, I don't know. I wonder if I've seen like examples of that, because a person who doesn't know who they are might actually inquire more, like kind of like how I do, whereas a person who doesn't literally has no issues with how they, feed off of people's energy. I just take it as, I just try to be more responsible, because I know that, if you're charming, at some point, people, or if you have any sort of charm at all, at some point, somebody who has less charm is going to be manipulated by you, or going to feel manipulated at least by you, and that could turn into an HR, situation, or some sort of situation where they feel slighted, or it could just end up badly in your favor, or just like a kind of a workplace rumor that you're like two-faced or something. That's definitely something that it's good to be cognizant of and be aware if you're being perceived that way. So it's
true.
So you could be sociable and be charming. You could be witty. You could be humorous, but still have a low self-esteem and poor boundaries.
Oh yeah, no. But then, like, to me, like a person who just sits and just has no doubt in themselves whatsoever, who acts that way, you could say has more of that that narcissistic like tendencies, whereas a person who's borderline like could be feeling that way, and then they might be able to self-reflect, and then they'll be like, oh, I want to change who I am now, and that change doesn't really last that long. It's more just like you were saying, like a fragmenting of who they are. Like, oh, instead of acknowledging that that's how I acted, I'm just going to create a persona based on that. And because that was good, I got a lot of energy from that. Now I can use, anytime I want to return to that, I can always bust that out.
Yeah, I mean, the borderline will do that push-pull behavior more than, say, a narcissist would. The borderline will approach a relationship with the intention or the desire to want to be rescued, whereas the narcissist has no intention of being rescued. They enjoy the mask. This is what got them through life. They're not about to let it go. So this is where it is hard to differentiate between the two, because they kind of appear exactly the same. Like in the beginning, both the narcissist, who's unplugging a toilet?
No, I'm not unplugging a toilet. I was washing my hands. Sorry about that. Told you I'm OCD. I told you I'm OCD. You thought I was play pimping?
Washing hands save lives.
Right, literally.
I mean, so on the surface, a borderline and a narcissist will appear pretty much exactly the same. Like in the beginning of the relationship, they'll be on top behavior because they both fear losing that partner. But the reasons behind why they're doing that differ. Like the borderline wants to be rescued, whereas the narcissist is on good behavior because they want to secure that source of fuel.
True.
This is why you need a bit of time and you need to gather your evidence and put things into context so that you can kind of see that intention behind what's really going on.
True. Very true. I agree with that 100%. Somebody's in.
But either way, I mean, it's kind of like it's like how much evidence. If you're seeing the red flags, that's all you really need to. I mean, that's the point. The whole point about red flags is that it's like warning. Like you should really get away from this.
True. Yeah, Amanley, you want in on this?
I'm more of the student at the moment, to be honest.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you want to add to this?
Since I dropped out, I feel like I kind of missed some of the information, but
Oh God, this guy. I'm just kidding, no.
from what it sounds like to me, it is something that is going to change the way that I look at relationships, because no one wants to have to just like save somebody or feel like they have to be obligated. I've always kind of like leaned towards more need-based relationships than like obligation-based relationships. It's what makes friendships and family kind of like hard for me to like have fulfilling interactions with, because it's like if I don't need something, I'm not going to like treat you like I need something from you, because or like just because you feel like I'm obligated to do something doesn't mean I like want to do it. So it's kind of like, and those are common problems, but so it's just like that's definitely changing the way that I look at relationships going forward.
This guy talking about Tico's washing the blood off his hands. Whatever. This is snow stuff. This guy.
It's like a surgeon almost.
I know, right? If you ever see me use a knife, you would think I'm
hands pointing up.
Right? If you ever see me use a knife, you would think I'm a surgeon.
Well, and then that's the thing about this whole. Another thing I want to add into it is, yeah, that's being a part of somebody's narrative, especially a fickle person's narrative, is never going to be in my wheelhouse of like experiences that I want to have again. Like if 10 out of 10 would do again, it's not. It's not for those kinds of relationships. And I've been in those kinds of relationships before.
10 out of 10 would do again.
11 out of 10.
I mean, the nihilistic side of me just wants to sort of say, like, well, this generation, we're pretty much fucked. I mean, the planet is geared towards narcissism. It's being promoted. You want to be successful in life, then you have to have a business. You have to have money.
Yeah.
You have to have property, whatever. And that is rewarded. So currently, with the way things are going, narcissism is on the incline, and it's picking up momentum. But
feminism.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, it's picking up momentum, it's escalating, but at the same time, with a little bit of hope that, in general, narcissism is a path of self-destruction. It's a given. It's no way are they going to have a happy outcome in life. So at some point, it's that idea of things are going to get worse before they get better. So it's a bit sad, or in my opinion, in the nihilistic side, it's kind of like it won't get better for our generation, but potentially for our children's generation, provided we start to correct and do the hard work and change this around. If we don't, then the children are going to end up inheriting our generation's mistakes.
Well, that's the kind of change that is very, I guess, like esoteric, or I guess irrational, is that people associate change with like growth or decay or something like that, and then you have all these other worldviews that are assigned to those, or that like value those things differently. So it's like Western cultures like to grow step by step, whereas if you look at like Eastern cultures, they kind of have they have this thing called the stair step evolution, where it's like the ancient cultures, they find like writing, and then they find like construction, they find all these technologies like exponentially, and like there's a lot with regard to art too, like the things that we did during like what is it called, James Pollock, and the things that we did with art and like especially like marketing and things like that have made it so that everybody wants this relationship that's super hip and trendy and looks pretty. And it's not I don't think it's what we need. It's what people want. Like they probably need something that's more stable, but they're much more likely to go with something that like makes them all look hyper successful. And then like what you see with a lot of like the president narcissists is either got to cover up their failures or cover up their tracks or somehow hide that they're not like capable of making mistakes so that they can be next in line. You know, it's always like worrying about the next employment or the next position because there's like an impermanence to everything in this society, which not really good for dating, I guess. Or I guess depends on what you want. If you just want fun, it's a great environment to have fun in. But then when it's time for getting serious, you kind of have to look elsewhere, which is what
Yeah,
we've seen a lot of men do.
I think globally, what a lot of people are, the vast majority of people are suffering, because if we look at evolution, especially like within the last 50 years, we are so fast paced with technology and ideas and etc. that it's kind of not surprising that people find the world quite a confusing place to navigate through. And when you can't interpret the world or you don't understand how the world functions, you then have to kind of create a world inside your own mind.
Yeah, well,
So that's adding
just
to
to
the sort of
build on that,
problems.
they're like, so I was watching protest footage or riot footage or whatever you want to call it, and this woman, they sprayed ketchup into her car because she was filming them blocking the street, right? So essentially, they moved a car and they blocked the street, and she had her window open, and somebody came in and sprayed ketchup. So then she got out of her car and was trying to fight the protesters. And the woman who was filming was like, "Oh, look, she's so brittle. She's so weak. She got all upset just about, she called the cops over some ketchup." So it's like gaslighting, and it's like for sure minimizing of, you know, what you're doing. You're blocking a traffic where people are like, you know, people have to get to work and stuff. And now you ruin this woman's like outfit where she's probably trying to go to her job, so she might risk, you know, losing her job or losing that shift. And like you said, it's fast paced. People are turned out so fast from all of these jobs just from like a couple no call no shows. So it's like, and then traffic is definitely changed with more people doing Uber and stuff all around the world, or all around the world. More people driving as a job or driving to a job. That it is a monumental like consequence. Does have monumental consequences, and the way they belittle these like people in this way to say like, we have more resolve than you, that we're willing to risk all this in order to get a message across, and look at you getting triggered. It's a really juvenile and asinine like way to look at the world, and it's just like,
Yeah, I mean
it just
they
what you were saying reminded me of that video
I
clip,
mean
and so
they
that's why I
part of
mentioned
the gaslighting is to make you also to react quickly. I mean, when do you make mistakes? Is when you're not spending time to think things through properly, so you're more likely to make a mistake. So there's that kind of tactic of wanting to accelerate and make the problem worse. And then the flip side is like, when you do your self-reflection, it's when you slow down and you become one with yourself. So asking the globe to try and slow down is quite a tall order. It's not really going to be happening.
no, it's
True.
definitely not going to happen. Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
so this is why it's kind of like it's going to get worse predictably before it gets better. You know, and when it starts to get better, will be that moment when people kind of like pause for thought and then start to self-reflect and be like, shit, what are we doing here? This isn't good. You know, what can we do about it? And that becomes the next really that becomes the next big question, is whether or not globally people will have the tools to be able to start modifying behavior, or whether or not all hope is lost, kind of thing. I don't know. It's
But there's self-awareness.
yeah,
It is also two-sided coin too, so it's like, people being narcissist is a huge problem, but people who don't like who don't call it out, who aren't working to, you know, to change anything about it, they're also part of the issue itself. I know narcissists think it's all about them, but in reality it's like a two-sided issue to it. So it's like, however that person's communicating. There is a way to combat it. I hope we would all hope
Well,
that there is.
Another a little bit of hope and kind of like reassurance is the idea that just because you have a household full of narcissists, it's not a guarantee that the children will become narcissistic as well. They could become what they might term as empathic, as the other way of trying to process the world. So, despite it seeming like we're surrounded by narcissists and psychopaths and cluster Bs, etc., percentage-wise, there will be good people being born within those families. Is whether or not those people will be enough to make a difference.
Very true.
So the idea of the unicorn might not be as far-fetched as we might believe. There might be a glimmer of hope there, not to try and perpetuate someone's delusional dream. More than likely, whether or not you're going to meet this unicorn is another question, but you can't quite.
Because you're staring at that ass and tits. Ass and tits.
Well, that's why I'm shaking my Billy the Goat llama butt.
Yeah, that's funny. The cooking goat.
Movies are nice to
Working,
play on. Billy the Goat. Toonies 2020. Movies are nice to play on. But that's true though. I mean, I think Tico and I would disagree because he's like, I don't date white women, but to me, the best like temporary beds have all been from like white women. So it's just like, I don't know, just a random thought. In my personal,
I know he's throwing shade on me, so I'm pretending like he didn't say that, but it doesn't really bother me too much. But that's just my preference when it comes down to it. So it's like, but you also got to take consideration too. Like I talked about this in another stream where I said most of the reason why I don't date white women come from the fact that when I came to America, most of the problems that I experienced, most of the crime against me, most of the aspersions or anything against me were done by white women. Therefore, I don't date white women based on experience from not even getting to date them, but basically living among them, going to school with them, and working with them. So I typically don't date white women for this reason.
Well, I guess to be more elaborate and me throwing shade on you, it would be like I'm not sexually attracted to them because like for the reasons you state, like a lot of bad stuff could happen by me trying to hit that. No, I do think they're attractive. A lot of them are attractive, like for whatever reason. That's just my preference. But I do agree with you.
I just don't find them attractive like that. I don't really find them attractive enough to want to smash. I mean, I don't. This is typically if you ever see me in a game or smash or pass, I'm always passing. Like I'm typically going to, and typically I pass on a lot of the women in the game because they're really they're not to my liking or they're not to my standards. So I will pass on a lot of women in the game. And this is typically where it's one of those things where it's like, there's levels to this. There's beautiful. Basically, everybody's beautiful, not everybody's attractive. And then there's attractive, then there's sexually attractive. So you have to meet that sexually attractive threshold for me to want to smash. A lot of women don't even barely meet the attractive threshold, let alone the sexually attractive threshold. Do I find women attractive? I mean, sexually attractive? Yeah, there's a lot of women I find sexually attractive. But the sad part about that is just none of the women around me or on Facebook that I've seen so far really fit that mold or that threshold. So you got to actually be or meet that threshold for me to want to find you sexually attractive for all intents and purposes.
Well, somebody was saying, we do live in a very validation centric culture. So it's like if something doesn't validate someone, then it doesn't really hold in today's society. Where it's like you're much more likely making your point clear by telling somebody that you wouldn't sleep with them than by rationalizing like, oh, if you lost a few pounds or this or that, because it just doesn't have this, it doesn't register the same.
Well, it does. It does for the fact that, like I said, if you tell some women that you'll pass on them, see how fast they get mad at you after the fact that everybody else done put smash on her. under their picture. Oh, that shit gets ugly. That shit gets ugly as hell, real quick.
Yeah, right.
And that's typically how that works. And it's one of those things where like, well, I'd pass on you, or you're ugly too, or they get mad, they get really bent out of shape when you tell them this shit. And it's funny as hell at the end, but it's one of those things. It's like, I'm sorry, I just don't for various reasons, and I can't find you attractive for this reason. And it's not me throwing shade at them. It's just the fact that normally when you, like, a good example that when we talk about statistics, black people are more likely to be victimized by other black people in the United States. Unfortunately, when I came here, I'm more likely to be victimized by white women in the United States than any other group of people in the world. So it's one of those things where it's like, that's not what I'm seeing. I believe the statistics, but that's not what I'm actually experiencing. This is why now the sad part about that is, like, basically I wrote off all white women for the fact that some white women basically did what they did or treated me like shit. Like, my favorite one was the five random white women that tried to rob me that were drug addicts. That was like the funniest shit in the whole entire world, because I have this motto.
Like the Mitch Albom book, The 5 People You Meet in Heaven. Except
Yeah,
it's the 5 women that
they try to the five drug addicts that try to rob me randomly in downtown. It's one of those things. It's like, and I find it funny because I always had this quote where I said, if a white woman has to rob a black man, shit got real. Shit's really real. If a white woman has to rob a black man in American society, shit really got real. Shit hit the fan at that point. And it's typically how it works, and that's pretty much how I view it and see it at that point.
Yeah, I think one thing that you could say the manosphere is like, we're all trying to map our environment and like trying to figure out what's a trap. What we've been seeing as being like an oasis is really a trap. But then again, that does give us like a perception, give people a perception around us that we are bitter, mad, sad. And it's our job to take responsibility and address those questions as, normal people would. We wouldn't get super offended and just close ourselves off. That would be pretty much.
And to answer your question, America's DeVille, it takes about 6 months for me to vet a woman properly. It takes about 6 months because in the scheme of things, while that's happening, I take her to visit my grandmother and my abuela, my tias, basically, and they basically do the rest of the teasing out and weeding out of the women. Basically, if they can't make it past them, then I can't be in a relationship with them. And typically, there's a lot of women that never make it past my tia and my abuela for all intents and purposes, because my tia and my abuela see right through the bullshit, basically. So it's one of those things where it's like,
yeah, like
they see right through.
My mom I'll be dating a girl, and my mom will be like on the phone with my grandma. She'd be like, okay, all right, I'll let him know. Beep. Yeah, she's not good.
Yeah, no, right? That's basically how it works. Yeah, she's not pleased with that woman. You need to go get another woman. Like, it's basically,
like, but I like her, but no, she's not. You need to get it. And I'll be like, I'm gonna stay with her.
Because the funny thing about that, remember the very, very first Friday Night Blaze where I told, if that bitch don't come trained already by her family, you need to take her back and go get yourself a better bitch at Walmart and quit shopping at the bottom. That line literally came from my grandmother. That line is literally from my grandmother's mouth. My abuela literally quoted that line. If that bitch don't come trained by her parents, you don't train her. You need to take her ass back and drop her ass off on the thing and get your money back and go get a better bitch. That's exactly my grandmother's line.
Savage.
Yeah, my grandmother's savage as fuck. Like, my grandma would call you fat. My grandma would call you names. My grandma would say anything to you. She don't give a damn. She don't give a damn.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the day that my little girl brings home her potential boyfriend.
Your daughter's potential boyfriend. Yeah, like, oh, it's gonna be it's crazy because, like, the sad part about that, the women in my family are good at vetting out women. Ain't shit women, basically. So what happens is, because, like, remember I told you my family has this motto: we parts with nothing. So if you're coming into the family as a woman, just know we parts with nothing. So that means you're coming in with the same shit you're leaving with, basically. You're leaving with
That's
the
kind
same
of
shit you
why I
came in with.
dislike the black pill, because they field a lot of questions from the true force loneliness or incel communities or however you want to call it, but then they don't give them what they really want, which is like how to. They give them PUA stuff most of the time,
Yeah, they typically do.
and it's like what those people want. They just want to feel a connection with somebody. That's not how you go feel a connection with somebody. You gotta have to put in effort and do work and weed out the red flags. Because if you're just trying to pick somebody up, you're not going to notice the red flags. Then you're going to get yourself into more trouble. So, and nobody rejects harder than people who have like some certain red flags. Like those people, they can really destroy you because they are like, they have those social tendencies that can make themselves like a nightmare for people like you, as Liam Neeson would say. But,
Yeah.
I mean, look at PUAs. The kind of advice, it's like teaching that game. Once you know the game, now you can kind of manipulate in your favor. Essentially, everything they're bringing up is a red flag. It's like, here's a problem, here's how to get around it. And that in itself is the problem. You're now instead of trying to address the red flag in a sense of like, look, how can we fix this? You're trying to address it so that you can circumvent it. The problem is still there, and now you're having to kind of work with the problem. So it's sort of like choosing, like they're all train wrecks. It's just a matter of choosing which train wreck you're gonna partner up with. It's like, well, how about I don't partner up with any train wreck? I want one that's still on its rails.
Yeah, for real. How about that? How about you give me one with greased wheels? How about that? Like, they still make those? They don't make those? Okay, then I want none of those. I'll go somewhere else and get those.
And then the reason why they say most of these relationships end is because the way that you looked. So then it's like they're pushing and pushing on you to go out and ignore red flags, and then they're blaming you for the fact that they didn't go the way that
that's pretty much how it works.
Yeah, and then all the go ahead.
Yeah, the sad part about that is when it comes down to it, my grandmother's actually talked to women that I'm actually talking to on the phone, and like she'll talk to them for a while in as best English as she can, and then she'll get off the phone with them and she'll go to me, I don't like that bitch. Okay, bye. Have a good one. Bye bye. it's like wow. So my abuela's on it. My abuela's really on it when it comes down to it. It's like, so like literally, she has to actually approve you to go see her. Like so you're not going to just get to meet her. She got to approve of you coming to see her.
And it's like
basically
it'd be different if these guys were. It'd be different if you use like a little bit of the red pill to buff somebody up if they're going into something directly, like to directly help them. But it's more like an indirect. Like I said, there's a lot of pressure for you to stay in that environment when you're when you're with those the black pill, the emo black pill people over there, because all they're trying to do is they're trying to get you to stay where you are now and watch them. They're not actually trying to get you to go out there and have fun.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of those people really just need someone to like listen to them talk out their issues and then maybe find a good like a resolution, as opposed to giving them that.
The sad part about that, when you go over there, it's for the chance that you get destroyed. That's basically how it works. That's basically how they draw people in, because they destroy you themselves. They destroy you themselves and blame everybody else for destroying you. It's all their fault why you're destroyed. I just watched you literally systematically destroy that man, and now you're trying to blame it on everybody else in society that he's destroyed, after you just literally picked apart that man, called him a pedophile, called him all these names, said all these things about him, and now that he's destroyed and he needs help, now you're the only people that can help him after you're the ones that destroyed him. That would be like me taking my Toyota to the Toyota dealership and they take out all the racing parts and make it a regular Camry and then give it back to me. Why would I pay for that shit? Why would I want to buy that car if you took out all my racing parts and put in normal parts? Like, so it's one of those things where like, or better yet, I go to the dealership and they destroy all the shit in my car and they say, it's not fixable. We're sorry. But you still got to pay us every month for it. So it's one of those things where like they literally do that to people. And then that's basically how they keep people, by destroying them. They destroy people They destroy their ego, they destroy their pride, they destroy everything about them, and then that's how they keep them around. And they keep them on the ground and they keep them low, basically. And then they want to love bomb them all of a sudden out of nowhere, and they make them feel special.
Yeah, I mean that's like how advertising works in general. It's create a deficit, so create a feeling of you're missing out. You need this product as part. It's like I don't need this shit.
Yeah, I don't need that shit. It's funny when they come to my channel because I typically say you came to the wrong channel to push that you coping shit. Like, well, you are coping, you're really coping. Then I'll say something like, well, I'm in a relationship and you're not. They don't get quiet and go slink away, or it'll go, well, now you're just shaming. I go, no, you were shaming when you told me I was coping, you little bitch. Don't be trying to reflect this shit back on me. I'm not some weak-willed little bitch like the rest of these motherfuckers you're tricking into going over to you. I know some shit about you, and I know all about you. Bounce from my stream. And like, then you'll get another person I'll come over and try some shit too. Like, well, only the Chads get women. Well, obviously I'm Chad because I got a woman. It's like, they'll say stupid shit like, my favorite one was the one 2 live streams ago. Well, you're just trying to cope because Chad is banging two Stacies at a time. Well, that's nice. I banged Chad's wives and their friends. If you actually paid attention to the one story I told about, like, the shit that I've done in my past, basically. Like, I banged Chad's wife at her own wedding. Your point. Like, so it's one of those things where they come to your channel and they try to destroy you or break you down so you can feel like you ain't shit, so they can get you to come to them, basically. It's kind of like the person that robs you and then try to sell you back your own shit.
Or try to give it to you.
Yeah, they try to sell it back to you and shit. They rob you and try to sell it back to you. Or they cut you and then pour salt on your wound and tell you that it's ointment.
Malicious.
It is. Right.
No, I just said that's malicious. But
that's what they basically do.
Yeah. I mean,
and then on top of that, like BillyTheGoat said, it's pretty much a big sales tactic at that point. Like, that's how they do it at advertising. They pretty much trick you into believing that you need this. Like, a good example is like what Jay Chappelle said about the female magazines. Every time you flip through the page, you feel fatter, you feel uglier, you feel this, you feel that, you feel this, and they destroy your ego every single page you flip in that magazine, to the point where now you're reading that magazine every day trying to be sexier, how to please your man, how to do this, how to be a better lover, how to be this stuff. Meanwhile, you were already that shit in that magazine that destroyed you from being all that shit that you thought you weren't for all intents and purposes. Meanwhile, you were perfectly fine in the beginning. That magazine done destroyed you.
I wouldn't say that it's like bad that way. So Mr. Forma just asked, I bang Uber drivers and DoorDash drivers. Is that bad?
Dating? You say dating?
He said he bangs DoorDash and Uber drivers. Is that wrong?
Are you trying to relationship them up? If you're not, then it's good for you. If you are, then it's bad for you. Don't. That pretty much goes on that whole entire list of women not to date. I think that's actually on there.
But no, I mean, it's all about, I guess, like, yeah, how you're communicating to them, because like what Tico's saying is right. When a girl cheats, she doesn't always cheat with Chad or Tyrone. Like, she cheats with whoever she feels comfortable with. And if Mr. Forma is that guy in the back seat that she feels comfortable with, then it's going to go down. He doesn't have to be Chad.
Yeah, the sad part about this, it's all about emotions when it comes to women. It's all about how you make them feel. Like, anybody could pretty much do it. It's a matter of the timing and the place, for all intents and purposes, that makes it a thing. This is simply where a lot of people mess up.
She could cheat with you. I mean, like role playing. So when they're saying, could you dress up as I don't know, whatever. I mean, she's asking you to be someone else. So yeah, she's cheating on you with you.
Yeah, or like you could say, like the you in that is indeterminate. Like her choosing to have a job basically is her role playing every single day. Like, oh, I was just a this, and he came and met me when I was at my job, and we fell in love. So it's kind of like she always puts that hook out for somebody to bite into. Same with like she doesn't necessarily have to ask Mr. Forma to role play a chef who needs a ride, because he already is that. But the fact that she's putting herself out there means that she's willing to play that role for somebody at some point. That driver who's a little in need of loving.
Yeah.
And I mean, a red pill person probably will point that out immediately and just pounce right on it and be like, "Arr." Which, you know, it's your discretion. I typically don't pop. I don't really advocate pump and dump, but that's just me. That's just my own.
Yeah.
My own thing.
Yeah. Typically, to answer your question, Seeker, I'm kind of confused on your question, but typically, my family basically, I vet them out first, and my family vets them out second. If you can't make it past my grandmother on a phone call, you're pretty much gone. If you can't make it past let's just put it this way. If I'm talking to a woman and you can't make it past my daughters, you're gone. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where my daughter's even involved in the decision making. Like, yeah, I don't like her. Thumbs down.
Yeah.
You know, and my daughters are very savage to their damn selves. It's like, well damn.
I mean, that's my primary filter right there is my kid, because whoever I bring into a relationship with myself, I mean, I have to factor in, you know, this will technically be like a stepmom, and what kind of influence will that be? So I'm like, nah, I can't even entertain the thought of that. So it's just a no-go for me at the moment. Definitely.
Well, I mean, I have no problem with it. I would have no problem with it, but it's just a matter of fact, like, you know, do my children approve of this woman? If so, then she gets to make it to the next stage. So what happens with that is she makes it to the next stage. Because typically, like, if I say something about, like a good example, if I say something about a woman, my daughters basically weigh in on it. So my oldest two are very good at weighing in on it. And they'll say, well, I don't like her because she sounds like she's playing games or something like that, Daddy. You know, she sounds like she's just playing way too many damn games, Daddy. And it's one of those things where my oldest daughters will literally say that to me. And then on top of that, you're like before you actually meet my daughters, you have to meet my grandmother first. You have to meet my grandmother and my tias first, basically. So there's a first initial meeting with my grandmother. Who's echoing? So there's the first initial meeting. There's the first initial phone call with my grandmother. So you get the phone call, you get the interview. So you get the natural interview with my grandmother, and then on top of that, when it's all said and done, if she likes you, you get to meet her, and you get to meet my tias and the rest of the family. If she doesn't like you, then it's pretty much over for you. It's game over for you for all intents and purposes. In the famous words of MGTOW Dictionary, it's over, bro. It's over. It's over, bro. It's over. But yeah, it's pretty much over if you don't get past my daughter's.
Bald dude.
Yeah, you might as well be a bald woman who ain't shit, who collects welfare, and you know, for the rest of your life. If you can't get past my daughters and my grandmother on the initial, and if you can't get, then you meet the family. Then my family pretty much weeds you out, and they'll test you. Those shit test the fuck out of women. They'll put them in peculiar situations on purpose. On purpose, my dude. In the middle of Costa Rica, they'll put them in peculiar situations on purpose in Costa Rica, just so they can see if they trust you.
Well, like the shit test from a person who has normal standards is fine, but I think most of what the manosphere is just fed up with is these people who act entitled, also shit testing people almost on a subconscious level because. And
the sad part about
cognizance of it.
Yeah, they really don't. And the sad part about that is women want all these things, but they're none of these things themselves. That's typically why the manosphere is fed up with women for all intents and purposes when it comes down to that, for the fact that you can't want all these things and be none of these things yourself. That'd be like me saying, I can't cook, I can't clean, I can't do none of that shit, and you know, I don't not do none of that shit. But a woman wants a man that can cook, clean, wants to be a team player. You ain't finna be a team player. You just want all the glory and everything for yourself, and you ain't willing to be a team player. So it's one of those things where it's like, Why are you here?
Yeah, that's
Practice what you
double
preach.
Well, I
standards.
noticed with a lot of women, they make men feel like they gotta, like they're underneath their frame. Like, if you cook for me, if you help me, if you give me motivation to like do more wifely things like clean or organize or do something like that, then you're in control because look at all the stuff I'm doing for you. But then you got to think
Well,
about it in terms of a
well, no, because
relationship
the
involving
sad
two
part about
people.
that is how it works and how it always worked back in the day is I protect and provide and provide you financial security, physical security, and I protect you physically, mentally, and emotionally. And I basically do it at within a home that's built by our love. And the trade off is you take care of the children and this. That's all you have to do. You take care of the children and you be my loving, doting wife. That's it. Or loving, adoring wife, however you want to call it. So like I'm willing to go out there, bust my ass, put my life
Well,
on the
isn't it
line
weird? Isn't
for the
it not
trade off
really a
that
shock then how we
yeah.
like how now in this society you have women saying like, well, childbearing is like all those jobs that a man has to do in one, like ignoring the obvious technological
Advances, yeah.
support that
Like
she has.
it be
Like the fact that we
like
only ask, the fact that like men as a whole only ask for 2 or 3 things from her, kind of
yeah.
makes sure
Like
one to
be a
blow those
loving
things
wife
up to be
and take care of the children. That's it.
yeah.
That's all you have to do in this day and age because you got a dishwasher. It's not like back in my grandma's day when like she had to wash everything by hand after she had a big ass dinner party, or when she had the crank fucking shaft washing machine and shit like that. Or it's like no, you got all these amenities. The sad part about that, you even got a dryer that you can hang the shit up and knock the wrinkles out of it now. So what are you complaining about earning for when you got a dryer that literally knocks the wrinkles out of the shit for you? And it's the
Yeah.
stuff like that that blows my mind. Because the sad part about that, I know as a human being, if I dry my clothes, if I hang them up right away, there won't be no wrinkles in them. I know that for sure. So I know how to wash clothes and I know how the machine works. And the sad part about that, women make these machines sound more complicated than it really is, and they basically just don't want to do the work. They basically want all the glory and they want none of the work to do. And they basically want you to pay. They want you to basically right now, how it's set up in society now is they want you to finance their lifestyle, but they don't want to participate in your lifestyle.
Yeah, it's kind of like you got how they downplay things. This is where they play up things. It's like getting ready to go out. It takes them like fucking hours.
Yeah.
They're adding so much kerfuffle to make it seem like, oh, this is such an ordeal. Look what I have to go through. It's like it kind of baffles us because we're like,
What do you really have to go through?
Like no, because I'll tell a woman in a heartbeat. When I met your ass, you weren't wearing makeup. Don't try that shit with me. Your ass was wearing yoga pants. Your ass was wearing yoga pants. You were coming from a yoga class. Bitch, you weren't wearing no makeup. Don't go there. I didn't meet you in makeup. Shut the fuck up, basically.
And it's that illusion of like busying themselves. So it's like, oh, I'm so important, so special that I'm and relied upon that I'm so busy I haven't got time for other things. So they kind of find things to occupy and fiddle with unnecessarily just to give that illusion like, oh, they must be really important. Look how busy they are. They're swept off their feet. But it's like they've never had it any people in general have never had it any easier really. I mean, Oki's got a robotic vacuum cleaner, so it's too comfortable way of living. Now they need to find reasons to seem as though their life is uncomfortable.
Yeah,
I've noticed that too.
and women would do that all the time on a regular basis, and it's one of those things where it's like, okay, so what can we do to mitigate this? And the sad part about this is the thing I always find funny about women. Women will complain about all this housework. A man is willing to go out and get you a maid and a housekeeper, or a housekeeper, basically. Hell, we'll even get you a cook since you suck at cooking, because obviously you're not going to use the kitchen. And the sad part about that is something I love about women in this day and age. They want this massive kitchen that they ain't finna cook shit in because they can't cook in the first damn place. Like, why am I going to get something with a massive kitchen that your ass ain't finna use? Only person that's going to use it is probably going to be me, and my daughters. Because your ass ain't finna cook shit. Because the only way we gonna survive is if let's me and my daughters cook some shit. And that's typically how it works. So it's one of those things where, women typically get ahead of themselves, or they put the they put the horse before the cart, basically, before they get into relationships, which is actually really fucking funny.
Well, what I was gonna say is that they don't like something until they see somebody else using it, then they want it, or it's kind of like when you have a sibling, but yeah, but because it's like this equality thing. It's like a person enjoy because typically a human being will say like another human being enjoying something and be like, wow, look at how he enjoys that, or he she, whereas like nowadays it'll be like, oh, if I can't enjoy that, then he can't enjoy it.
How dare he have fun? How dare he laugh? Yeah. Oh, because it makes them feel.
Well, how can he live like this? How can he live?
And the sad part about that, yeah.
With not paying
and the sad part about relationships when it comes down to it, a woman is only happy in a relationship when her husband is upset.
Sorry.
And the sad part about that, there's a reasoning behind that shit. Because psychologically, to a woman, if her husband's upset, that lets her know that he actually cares. You see what I'm saying? So if her husband's upset in a relationship, or always like upset with her or about her or something that she did, that confirms to her, that's basically validation that he still cares about this relationship. If he doesn't get upset about it, then she starts scrambling because now she doesn't think he cares anymore. So psychologically, what happens when a man's upset in a relationship, that means he cares about the relationship enough to be upset about the relationship. That's a sick, twisted mentality of women.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, because when it comes down to it, they need to know that he's upset for them to know that he's actually okay and he actually cares still in this relationship. Whereas if he's happy, for some odd reason to them, that means he doesn't care about the relationship anymore. This is typically why women would always try to rain on your parade or call you multiple times to bug you while you're out with your friends or when you're doing something or anything that you're possibly doing. She's always going to call you, bug you, or poke and prod at you emotionally to make you upset, to let her know that she's still important in your life. Because the minute you get upset, that lets her know that you're important in her life.
Yeah, that's brushing up.
Well,
and
then that's when she loves bombs you. That's what she's talking about. She's like, I love that you're always, available for me, even when you're away having fun. That you're always there, doting on me and things like that. Which she doesn't respect. It's not a quality she.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't respect that shit at all. Because the sad part about it, if they did, they wouldn't have to step out on that person to go cheat on them.
True story.
Yeah, I mean, if he's having fun or enjoying his life, I mean, that makes the woman feel as though like, well, is he gonna abandon? It starts touching on like abandonment issues, like he doesn't need me. So abusing him or having him in depression and traumatized and upset makes her feel better because that in turn feels like security. He's not going to go anywhere. He's stuck there. I know what he's gonna where he is. He's not going anywhere. I'm not going to be abandoned. I've got control over the situation.
Because he's upset, obviously, that I did something. So obviously he's still scared, so he's not going to leave me. And to answer Seeker's question, yes, only one bird. To answer your question, just only one bird.
And also, like, he's still under that spell because not to get all kind of like hocus pocus, but it's a bit like witchcraft. They cast a spell on you. You're under the illusion. You're underneath the magic, and if you're in that position, the spell is still working. Whereas if you're having fun and you're enjoying life and you're going out, the spell is failing. So they need to up the magic. Start getting the voodoo doll out or something like that.
But guys, I'm gonna go get some food. It's been nice talking with you. Thank you for having me on. Thank you for talking to me, Billy and Amanley. You guys could have just ignored me, but you didn't. Good for you guys.
Hey, I do not have a private jet. Let the jet thing go. I do not have a private jet. Let it go. All these people talk about your private jet.
I might be back on. You guys are still talking, but have a good night. And you
All right,
guys
you
check
too.
out my channel.
All right, take care, Baron. See you soon.
Nice seeing everybody.
Yeah, so yeah, I do not have a private jet. Let it go. everybody with that private jet crap. And it's typically true. They don't know their roles, so it's like one of those things where it's like they have to basically they basically try to reinvent their roles for all intents and purposes. The best way to describe it to you. So women are out here trying to reinvent their roles in society on what it is and what it's not supposed to be. And this is typically why they end up lost or upset or stressed out or frustrated with life for all intents and purposes. Because the sad part about that is most of the women, when it comes down to it, statistically, most of the women that go into the job market end up coming out of the job market early, or they'll end up staying in the job market and being unhappy and upset with their lives. Yeah, there's only like 2% of women that actually are content with their lives as a worker. That is. Go ahead, Billy. Billy? Billy!
Are you gone?
Speak to me!
Sorry, man. The battery in my headphone went dead, so I lost the last whatever moment. So I missed what you were saying.
I was saying basically that typically the problem with society is women go out into the market thinking that they're going to be fulfilled and have this lovely job. And the sad part about that, only 2% of those women actually are content with having this job, and the rest are living single and lonely, or with a man that they're unhappy with because they're doing all the work, basically, or they basically just drop out of the job market early because of pregnancies, or they just want to be taken care of at some point. It's typically how it ends up working.
Well, there's only so many runs on the career ladder going up. So once you excel and you get to the top, I mean, where else is there to go other than down? You know, and then they feel unfulfilled. They decide to like, I'm going to pursue a new direction in my life. I'm going to become self-employed with my whatever product, and it's whimsical. It's never really anything that kind of fulfills them. So there is that kind of bitterness that they just carry on, and the cycle. It's just the cycle kind of continues where they're never satisfied, and the level at which they need to succeed increases more and more, insatiable.
True.
So with lack of boundaries and lack of limits, they don't know when to call enough is enough and be like satisfied and content with what they got. They always have that deficit feeling of wanting and needing more, and it's insatiable and can never be filled, really. So even if they were the corporate leader of the entire world, that wouldn't be enough, and they would still feel ultimately in the end unsatisfied with it. You know, even if they were the owner of the universe, that would still at some point they would feel unsatisfied with that. I mean, I know I'm kind of like extrapolating it into like some grand bloody like owner of the universe, but it's that kind of like.
Well, it is called BillyTheGoat's red pill, so you might as well go.
Into the cosmos, into the next dimensions, into the parallel universes. They are all and everything, all encompassing.
Yeah, literally.
Even then, they will still feel like yay big. This is where they make the big mistake, where it's kind of like being a mother and a part of a family should really be enough. I mean, you're passing on genes and you've got a legacy, continuing on and things like that. But they got that problem of it's not enough. You know,
Yeah.
there
Basically, the
more and
world is
more.
not enough for them either.
Yeah.
The thing that I notice about a large majority of women in society is you can give them the world and they'll want the universe. You give them the universe and they'll want something bigger than the universe. And we all know the universe is nothing's really bigger than the universe. So it's one of those things where it's like, well, there's nothing else to give you. Well, I'm unhappy. I want a divorce. They don't want to tell you. It's like, woman, you got the universe in your ring. Are you serious? Like,
so what ends up happening is they turn into a black hole and everything gets sucked in into nothingness.
All your
singularity,
all your children, all your things, your finances, your emotions, your happiness, your feelings, your shoes, your socks, your clothes.
I mean,
everything.
This is kind of why it's like that path of self-destruction. They're caught in that spiral going down, and there is basically nothing they can really do to get out of it. So it's kind of inevitable that people, I mean, we're basically talking about narcissism again. People on that kind of spectrum and that kind of mindset, it's inevitable that it's going to disintegrate. I mean, what's going to happen? The kind of other option is to go into psychosis, really. It's not much they can really do. Because,
sorry, go ahead.
Well, because in order to heal and to get out of that kind of rut, they would need to abandon that personality, that mindset, that framework of thinking. Essentially, they would need to die in order to be reborn. And then who they're reborn as isn't the truth, you know, because a lot of time people think, oh, can we heal them and bring them back to, put them back on track and recover the wounded child? Well, no, that wounded child essentially has died.
It's basically like Pet Cemetery at this point.
Pretty
when it
much.
comes down to, like,
I mean, the person that if they were to recover and become healed, who that person is someone, is a stranger, is someone unknown. It's not going to be that child that never was able to be. That time has elapsed. So who you're dealing with at this point, if a recovered person, a so-called healed person, who you're dealing with is a complete stranger in on itself. They could be bad in other ways. You know, they could be toxic or have other problems in other kind of ways. It's not a guarantee that they're going to be happy and a good, morally grounded individual and life is going to be rosy. It could still just be problems of another kind.
Definitely, always.
So it's pretty kind of pessimistic for those types of individuals on that spectrum and way of thinking. I mean, there isn't really much hope for them. And it kind of ties in with what in your previous video, well, I don't know if it was a previous one, but your recent one about coping. The best out of it, really, the only thing, the best case scenario is that they learn to cope better.
Yeah. Or pick the best option. Pick the best option for coping for all of this purpose, not the bad option. Don't let bodies start piling up in your closet, basically.
Yeah.
And then when you open the closet, it all falls on you. Now you're buried in problems now.
It's basically about minimizing the damage they're causing to other people and to themselves.
True.
So it's not very good. I mean, it's good if they can minimize, but it's just not very. It's not the Hollywood romance ending one would hope.
Yes, it isn't. It's not, and it's not going to be. The sad part about that, TV always portrays that as this lovely thing when in fact it's not. Like my grandma said, like I say all the time, my grandma says, when you first meet the person, you fall in love with that person. After a while in a relationship, every day when you wake up, you choose to love that person every day. You're not always going to be in love with that person, but it's a choice for you to actually stay in love with that person every day after that fades. And it's typically how it works. So, and I've never actually subscribed to holding your frame or maintaining frame, because I think that's just bullshit. That's all bullshit. There's no such thing as holding frame or maintaining frame. It's a nice pickup artist tactic. That's all it really is. It's a nice pickup artist tactic. This is simply when the minute you start hearing people say maintain frame or hold frame, they're 5 steps away from making a pickup artist video or being a dating coach for all intents and purposes. That's my honest views on anybody that claims a red pill or MGTOW or anything else in a manosphere other than pickup artists. They're just 5 steps away from being a pickup artist when they start saying maintain frame or hold frame.
Yeah, I've never been fond of the idea of frame. I mean, when I first heard it, I was kind of like, what does this relate to in you might notice as we discuss topics, I might be like, oh, we're discussing low self-esteem right now. Oh, we're discussing blame shifting or something like that. So when I hear about frame, I'm thinking, well, what does that correlate with in my vocabulary? I'm like, I'm not quite too sure. It sounds like a mask of some kind of form.
It is a mask. That's all it really is. It's
like,
basically a big coping mechanism for women to deal with women. If you don't got the wherewithal or stamina to actually deal with women.
Or when I think frame, I'm thinking of like scaffolding. So like a structure, like a support structure. So we talk about like a crutch.
I think computer framework for computer. Framework for the computer, the software frame, mainframe, stuff like that. I start thinking shit like that when you hear frame. What, the bed frame? The door frame?
So run a secondary program to combat a task at hand or something like that. So it's kind of like, so basically don't be yourself. Use the framework to get the job done for you.
Yeah,
and it's
basically.
like,
and the sad part about that is, like what Seeker just said, is basically a green light for a woman to keep on pulling BS on you for all intents purposes.
Yeah.
That's all it really is. Because the sad part about that, I see gangsters throwing that shit all the damn time trying to mainframe. Then them niggas end up with their car windows busted out and shit like that, tires slashed, broken windows, tires slashed, and shit like that from them women, or their car key. That's typically what maintaining frame get your dumb ass. It get your car keyed, get your windows busted, and it get your tires slashed. I know a lot of niggas. I know a lot of gangster niggas in the hood that got their shit fucked up by a woman.
Yeah, that makes it even more kind of. I get it really now. Yeah, it's
because typically those are the people who are maintaining frame, and those are the people that's actually getting their shit broken. And those are the people that will get mad about their car with their windows being busted out. Because typically, when you maintain frame, what ends up happening is a woman basically finds your weakness, and for most people, it's their vehicle. So what do they go and do? Key your car, bust your windows out, bust out your tail lights or your headlights, or slash your tires.
Keeping the face, you got that expression right. Keeping the face, pretending like it's like water off a duck's back kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Water off a duck's back. I like that.
No problem. My feelings. I'm not hurt by this. And
the sad part about that. Oh yeah, men are hurt by that shit when their car gets messed up. Because men's pride possession is their fucking cars.
Yeah. I was saying before, like, well, I won't say it to your face, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. True story.
Yeah.
It's basically false masculinity in a nutshell, for all intents purposes. That's all it really is. It's false masculinity, and a man who's not masculine trying to act like he's masculine. Like me, I'm just an asshole by nature. My whole entire family are assholes. I was raised an asshole. I'm a 17th generation asshole. It's like my children are all assholes. It's going to go on forever, basically. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't need to actually maintain frame when I'm an asshole, unnaturally. It's typically why I always pick on my one daughter and call her a condescending prick. Because she is. But it comes from the family.
Yeah, I'm just processing that, like the whole framework thing. It's it's pretty. Well, you can kind of. I mean, if they got like an insecurity, or they feel a bit vulnerable, then you can kind of understand why they would adopt such a thing.
Mm-hmm.
it becomes a bit of a necessity, I suppose.
Yeah, it becomes a necessity so you can try to keep women. And typically, people who say maintain frame are basically coping
Yeah.
with reality. Anybody you hear say maintain frame is basically coping.
Yeah. And it sounds, when you put it like that as well, it kind of sounds like a compensator. It's like,
Yeah.
I lack frame, therefore I need to say, oh, I have frame. Or
I need to maintain it. Or I need to find it.
Like, I lack esteem, so I'm going to have to, like, compensate and promote, like, oh, I have very high esteem. I'm very confident, when really you lack confidence. Yeah.
Very true. I did not say blood off a duck. I said water off of a duck. Get out of here. This guy. Blood left his goes.
The murder duck.
I know, right? Blood less exposed. It's water. It's Tico's water. That's funny. This guy. Yeah, true. I am always itching to do that. I ain't gonna allow that one. I can't even deny that one. That actually is true. Every now and again, I am itching to do that. That one's true. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh. Goodness gracious. Y'all want to call it or y'all want to keep going?
I'm happy to call it. I mean, it's been a long stream, and my noodle has been cooked, I suppose.
Mine's have too. Don't feel bad. and Amanley's not helping us right now. He's just listening.
No,
I'm messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
It's been more of a psychological talk. It's been a bit out of my ballpark.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
It is. I mean, it really is out of everyone's ball. We're as a red pill community kind of thing. We're all still kind of learning, and it's still shocking and devastating in some ways. Discussing it, even though we're able to discuss it, it's still kind of like, this is going against generations of upbringing. So, I mean, this is kind of like take a daily dose of red pill. Watch video after video, like binge watching almost pretty much for a lot of people, and repeating topics because we need to really kind of like drive the knowledge in and incorporate it into our psyche. So, I mean, this is why I kind of like repeat a lot of the psychology, because I'm not only am I sharing what I've learned with you guys, but I'm also kind of like trying to drive it into my own mind at the same time.
Yeah, true. Very true.
But yeah, I'm happy to, call it.
Y'all want to do outros?
Outro time. Alright, let's see, what can I think of say? I went down to the woods one day and saw something to my surprise. Up in a tree, not far from me, was a goat dressed like a bat in disguise.
Nice.
So,
Nice. I'll take that. I'll take that.
I'll be back next time as Bat Goat.
Bat Goat, right? Bat Goat.
Alright, take care, guys. It was a great stream, as always. Thank you, Tico. Thanks for everyone.
You're welcome.
Watching and listening. Treat yourself like milk. Try.
I knew that was coming. I knew one day we were going to steal that one day. I knew it. You might as well run with it. Go ahead.
All right. Ciao.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Amanley. Your turn.
Yeah, man, I haven't had much to say. I mean, it's been, as I say, again, it's been a bit out of my ballpark. I've been more of a spectator this stream, but thanks to everyone turning up in the chat. Thanks for hosting, Tico. I'll definitely be up next week, and hopefully I'll have more things to say.
You're
And
fine.
yeah, man, just stay MGTOW. Keep it up, lads.
This is Tico Tren. Y'all have a blessed day. Be good to yourselves, no matter who you are across the board, man, woman, child, Apache helicopter, T-Rex, whatever the hell you are. Be good to yourselves. Treat yourselves like nothing but spoil yourselves. Always try to improve yourself and be a better version of yourself, and always expound upon yourself and expound upon your knowledge, and always be willing to keep an open mind so you won't have a narrow mind and want to believe one thing. Always keep an open mind and listen to opposing arguments that may not line up with yours so you can actually get a complete picture of what you see in the world. Y'all be blessed. Have a good one. See y'all next Sunday with Bleeding Edge Red Pill. Y'all be blessed and have a good one. To my outro now. Y'all favorite one in the whole entire world.
Black back, do diamonds on me, go flash this ain't Snapchat, cause I ain't